Hello, and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Tonight we're going back to a schoolroom inside the royal palace of Jerusalem on an ordinary afternoon sometime around the year 1170 to watch a tutor in his middle years, a clever, ambitious Levantine-born clergyman named William, not yet the archbishop and chronicler history would come to know him as, but already the single most learned man in the whole kingdom, stopped mid-lesson to watch a group of noble boys at play in the courtyard below his own window, wrestling and roughhousing in the unremarkable way boys of 8 or 9 have always wrestled and roughhoused, digging their own fingers and fingernails into one another's forearms in a small, ordinary contest of who could make the other flinch first. And notice, with a slowly dawning and genuinely private horror, he would not commit to writing for years afterward. That one particular boy, his own favourite pupil, the crown prince of the entire kingdom, was not flinching at all, was in fact watching his own right arm being dug into and scored by another child's fingernails with an expression of mild, detached curiosity, as though the arm being wounded in front of him belonged to somebody else entirely, because it did not hurt and it did not hurt. William would come to understand only slowly and only with mounting dread over the following weeks, because the nerves inside that particular arm had already, quietly and with no fever, no rash, no single dramatic symptom, a 9-year-old boy or the people who loved him could have been expected to notice, stopped carrying the sensation of pain back to the small, uncomprehending body it belonged to. The boy's name was Baldwin. He would spend the next 15 years of his life ruling a kingdom that stood, by the time of his own death, closer to greatness than it had ever stood before or would ever stand again, and he would do it. This whole story tonight will ask you to sit with the plain strangeness of it. From inside a body that was dying, by inches and by years, of a disease that had already taken from him, before he ever wore an actual crown, the single most basic thing a body offers a mind, the honest and immediate report of its own pain. We are not going to spend tonight the way we spent an earlier night in this room, following the great sword that took Jerusalem back, or the 3 kings who sailed across the sea trying and failing to take it a second time. Tonight belongs to the boy who held that same city together against a rising and increasingly unified enemy for 11 years, while his own body dismantled itself around him with a patience crueler than any siege engine his enemies ever built. Let us say the thesis plainly, the way we like to on this channel, so you know the shape of the long night ahead of you. This is not, at bottom, a story about a doomed boy on a throne, a figure of pure and passive pathos slowly rotting toward an inevitable end while wiser men made the actual decisions around him, though it is very easy, and it has been very easy for 8 centuries of storytellers since, to flatten him into exactly that. It is a story about one of the most capable and most quietly courageous rulers his own kingdom ever produced. A teenager who led armies from horseback after he could no longer feel the reins in his own hand, who outgeneraled the single most dangerous man the Muslim Near East had assembled against his kingdom in a century, who held together, through sheer unglamorous political skill, a fractious and increasingly divided court of ambitious barons for more than a decade, and who understood, with a clarity that unsettled the men around him, exactly how badly that same court would tear itself apart the moment his own body finally mercifully let him go, and tried, in the last desperate years of his life, everything a dying king with no living son of his own could think to try, to stop it, and failed. Not from any lack of foresight, but because a kingdom that had spent a decade learning to survive around a king who could not feel his own wounds had also, this whole story will ask you to notice, quietly and gradually stopped feeling the warnings closing in around it. Before we drift into the rest of this story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and if you have a moment, please subscribe and help this small channel on its way toward 1,000 subscribers, a number that still feels a long way off some nights and closer on others, and every one of you who joins us actually does help. And for those of you who like to get a head start on the next story, the newest episodes are now going up on Spotify for creators a little while before they ever reach this channel, and you will find that link waiting for you down in the description, if getting there early is the kind of small pleasure that appeals to you. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments. It helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the night, and there is something pleasant about knowing that somewhere far away, a stranger is settling under the same dark sky, listening to the same slow story. So get comfortable, let your shoulders sink into the bed, settle in for a long and unhurried night, and let yourself ease into the complete story of Baldwin IV, King of Jerusalem, the boy the chroniclers of his own age and every age since have called, more often than they ever called him by his given name, the Leper King. A crown built on a marriage that was never supposed to have produced him. It is worth pausing before we ever reach the schoolroom and the fingernails and the arm that didn't bleed with any pain attached to it, on the specific and genuinely awkward circumstances of Baldwin's own birth, because the throne he would eventually inherit rested on a legal foundation his own father had spent years quietly trying to make people forget was ever shaky at all. Baldwin's father, a tall, energetic, and by most contemporary accounts genuinely capable young nobleman named Amalric, was, at the time of Baldwin's own birth in 1161, not yet king of anything, merely the younger brother of the reigning king Baldwin III and the count of a modest southern territory called Jaffa and Ascalon, married to a noblewoman named Agnes of Courtenay, herself the daughter of a Crusader lord who had once ruled the now vanished county of Edessa, a marriage that had been arranged in the ordinary fashion of the age for reasons of family alliance rather than any particular romantic attachment, and that had already produced, by the time Baldwin himself was born, an older sister named Sibylla, born a year or two earlier, whose own eventual marriage would come to matter. This whole story will show you considerably more than anyone present at her christening could possibly have guessed. It is worth naming plainly the specific legal problem this marriage carried inside it from the very beginning, a problem the kingdom's own barons and its own church had, by most accounts, either genuinely overlooked or quietly chosen not to press, while Amalric remained merely a count and not yet a man whose marriage mattered to the whole of the realm, because Amalric and Agnes were related to one another within a degree of kinship the Church's own canon law of the period technically forbade for marriage, a rule the kingdom's aristocracy, itself a small, tightly interwoven world of perhaps a few dozen families who had been marrying one another's cousins and second cousins for 2 generations since the First Crusade first settled the land, had learned, in practice, to enforce selectively, invoked with real severity against a marriage some faction of the court wished to see dissolved for other more political reasons, and quietly ignored against marriages nobody had any particular objection to. It is worth pausing on the specific moment this selective enforcement caught up with Amalric, because it arrived at the single worst possible moment for a young father with 2 small children already in his own household in the summer of 1163, when Baldwin III, still only in his early 30s and by every surviving account a genuinely capable and genuinely mourned king, died suddenly and without an heir of his own body, leaving the throne of Jerusalem to his own younger brother, this same Amalric, Count of Jaffa and Ascalon, husband of Agnes of Courtenay, father of 2 small children named Sibylla and Baldwin, the kingdom's own high court, the assembled body of its greatest barons and churchmen, whose formal consent a new king of Jerusalem was required to secure before his own coronation could proceed, informed Amalric, within days of his brother's death, that they would recognise his own claim to the throne on one specific and non-negotiable condition, that he first set aside his marriage to Agnes of Courtenay, a demand several contemporary chroniclers frame explicitly around the old technically valid but conveniently unenforced consanguinity rule, and that at least a few later historians suspect, reading between the lines of a court that had never previously bothered to enforce that same rule against any other marriage of comparable closeness, had rather more to do with Agnes's own personal unpopularity among a significant faction of the kingdom's senior nobility and clergy, a woman several contemporary sources describe, not always fairly and not always from disinterested pens, as ambitious, strong-willed, and considerably more interested in her own family's advancement than the kingdom's more established barons found comfortable in a queen. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific and genuinely consequential compromise that resolved this crisis, because it is the single legal fact this entire story will keep returning to again and again at every crisis point still to come tonight. Amalric agreed to the annulment, choosing the crown over the marriage in a decision no surviving source suggests cost him any great personal anguish. But the High Court, in exchange, agreed to a specific and carefully worded concession that the two children Amalric and Agnes had already produced together, Sibylla and the infant Baldwin, would be formally and explicitly declared legitimate despite the annulment of their own parents' marriage, retaining their full rights of inheritance as though the marriage that produced them had never been in any doubt at all. It is worth sitting with the strangeness of that arrangement for a moment, a kingdom's own highest legal authority simultaneously declaring a marriage improper enough to require dissolution, and the children it had produced legitimate enough to inherit an actual throne. A contradiction nobody at the time seems to have found especially urgent to resolve, because it solved the one problem the assembled barons actually cared about, a king they found personally and politically acceptable, while leaving unexamined a second problem that would not become urgent for another 11 years. The fact that the crown's own eventual heir was a small boy whose own legitimacy rested on a technicality the kingdom's most powerful men had shown themselves entirely willing to waive whenever waiving it happened to suit their own convenience, a precedent that would sit quietly in the background of every succession argument. This whole story is about to walk you through. It is worth naming briefly what became of Agnes herself in the years immediately following her own annulment, because she does not simply vanish from this story the way a dismissed royal wife, in a tidier telling, might, remarrying twice more in the years that followed, first to a nobleman named Hugh of Ibelin, and then, after his death, to a third husband, Reginald of Sidon, and remaining across the whole of the following 2 decades a genuinely influential presence at her own son's court once he came of age. A mother whose own continued closeness to the king she had been legally separated from before he could walk would become, in the eyes of William of Tyre and several of the chroniclers who shared his own particular court rivalries, one of the more genuinely contested and genuinely consequential features of Baldwin's entire adult reign, a detail this story will ask you to hold on to for later, when her own influence becomes considerably harder to describe as merely background. It is worth pausing too on the wider kingdom this small, awkward domestic settlement had just secured a new king for, because the Jerusalem Amalric inherited in 1163 was not, whatever its own considerable wealth and its own genuine military accomplishment across the preceding 6 decades, a kingdom that could afford very much internal instability at all. It sat by this point as the senior and most powerful of 4 Crusader states carved out of the region across the preceding 60-odd years, its own survival dependent on a permanently thin population of Frankish settlers governing a Muslim, Eastern Christian and Jewish majority across a narrow coastal and inland strip, perpetually squeezed between the Mediterranean Sea and an eastern frontier that faced, by the 1160s, an Islamic world beginning, slowly and unevenly, to rediscover the kind of coordinated religious and military purpose it had almost entirely lacked in the disorganized decades immediately following the First Crusade's own conquest of the city in 1099. It is worth naming, specifically, the two rival centres of power this coordination was, at the exact moment of Baldwin's birth, still gathering around: a genuinely formidable Sunni statesman named Nur ad-Din, ruler of Aleppo and Damascus, and the patient architect of a religious and political project to reunify the fractured Muslim Near East against the Crusader state standing in its way, and, considerably weaker but strategically irresistible all the same, the wealthy and visibly declining Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt, a once formidable Shia state that had, by the 1160s, been reduced to little more than a prize both Jerusalem and Damascus recognised as the single object, most likely to tip the entire balance of the wider war decisively toward whichever power actually managed to seize it, a contest this story will watch consume the greater part of Amalric's own reign and hand his own son, in the end, an inheritance considerably more dangerous than the one Amalric himself had received. It is worth naming, too, before this story ever reaches a single battlefield tonight, exactly how small the actual military manpower underneath all of this strategic manoeuvring genuinely was, because it is easy, listening to a story full of kings and armies, to imagine forces considerably larger than the ones this particular kingdom could actually field. And the kingdom of Jerusalem, for all its own considerable wealth and its own considerable administrative sophistication, drew its own core fighting strength from a feudal system in which every baron and every lesser knight owed the crown a specific, formally calculated number of armed and mounted men in proportion to the land he held, a system recorded in careful and exact detail in the kingdom's own military rolls and totalling across the entire kingdom at the very height of its own manpower in this period, something on the order of 600 or 700 knights available to the crown directly, a genuinely small number to defend a genuinely long frontier, supplemented by considerably larger but considerably less well-trained levies of urban militia and mounted sergeants, and by the professional, permanently maintained forces of the Templars and Hospitallers. This story has already told you mattered enormously in nearly every battle tonight has described, a structural reality that explains, better than any single king's own personal courage or personal caution ever could, why armies in this entire story, Baldwin's own force at Montgisard very much included, tended to number in the hundreds, and the low thousands rather than the tens of thousands a modern imagination, accustomed to the scale of much later wars, might otherwise assume a kingdom's entire field army ought to reach. It is worth naming, too, the particular and genuinely distinctive character of the kingdom's own settled population, a social fact that will matter enormously to nearly every political crisis this story is about to walk you through, because by the 1160s a meaningful proportion of the kingdom's Frankish nobility had been born in the Holy Land itself, into families already 2 and 3 generations removed from the original conquerors of the First Crusade, men and women fluent, in a great many cases, in spoken Arabic, genuinely familiar with the customs, the trade relationships, and even the personal friendships that connected them to their Muslim neighbours across a frontier that had, for long stretches of relative peace, functioned considerably more like an ordinary if wary regional border than a permanent battle line, a group local chroniclers had taken to calling the Poulain, a term newly arrived European crusaders used, not always kindly, to describe settlers they suspected had grown too comfortable, and in the more suspicious formulations too soft. Living so long among people, the newcomers had crossed an ocean specifically to fight. This same divide between a settled, pragmatic native nobility, inclined toward negotiated coexistence when coexistence was actually available, and a steadier stream of newly arrived pilgrims and adventurers whose own understanding of the region had been formed almost entirely by the crusading ideology that had sent them east in the first place, had already, in the 2 generations before Baldwin's own birth, produced real and recurring friction inside the kingdom's own governing councils, and it would recur. This story promises you now, at nearly every single decision point still to come tonight, dressed up in a dozen different specific quarrels, but never, underneath all of them, very far from this same underlying and unresolved argument about what kind of neighbour the Kingdom of Jerusalem actually wanted or could actually afford to be. Amalric's own reign, across the 11 years that followed his coronation, was consumed almost entirely by the contest for Egypt this story has already named. A prize Amalric pursued with real persistence and real strategic clarity across no fewer than 5 separate military expeditions south, along the coast and up the Nile between 1163 and 1169, campaigns that saw Jerusalem's own forces alternately allying with and fighting against the fading Fatimid court, extracting tribute from it in years the kingdom's treasury badly needed the money, and finally, in that last and most consequential expedition, watching in real and mounting alarm as the very same prize slipped instead into the hands of a rival Syrian expeditionary force sent south by Nur ad-Din himself, commanded by a blunt, capable general named Shirkuh, and accompanied by his own comparatively junior nephew, a young officer named Yusuf ibn Ayyub, a name that meant almost nothing to anyone in Jerusalem in the spring of 1169, and that the whole of the Christian Near East would, within less than 2 decades, come to know considerably better under the honorific title history remembers him by, Saladin. It is worth naming plainly that Amalric's own final desperate attempt to seize Egypt before Nur ad-Din's own forces could consolidate their hold on it failed, decisively and expensively, in the winter of 1169, a campaign this story will not walk through in exhaustive detail tonight, because its actual consequence for Baldwin's own eventual inheritance mattered considerably more than its individual battles, that Egypt's enormous wealth, its long Mediterranean coastline, and its own newly installed vizier, this same young officer Yusuf, now beginning a rise of his own that would soon eclipse the uncle who had brought him there, passed permanently out of Jerusalem's reach and into the hands of the single power best positioned to eventually unite Egypt and Syria into the kind of coordinated, encircling threat the Crusader states had never yet had to face in the whole of their history, an outcome Amalric spent the last 5 years of his own life watching unfold with an anxiety several of his own courtiers recorded plainly, and an outcome his own 9-year-old son would inherit, whole and unresolved, along with the crown itself. It is worth returning now to the schoolroom this story opened inside tonight, and to the tutor watching from the window, because it was precisely inside this darkening strategic picture, a kingdom watching its single most dangerous potential enemy consolidate an empire around it on both sides at once, that Amalric made the decision, sometime in the late 1160s, to place the education of his own young son and heir in the hands of exactly this man, a Levantine-born cleric named William, educated in the great schools of Paris and Bologna before returning to the kingdom of his own birth, a scholar of real and unusual breadth, even by the demanding standards of the 12th century church, fluent, unusually for a man of his own background, in Arabic as well as Latin and French, already by the time he took charge of the young prince's schooling, beginning the historical chronicle of the kingdom's own past that would eventually make him the single most important and most extensively relied upon source for nearly everything this whole story is about to tell you. A source this story will ask you to trust carefully rather than uncritically, because William's own long and increasingly consequential political career inside the very court he was chronicling gave him personal stakes and personal enemies. This story will name plainly when the time comes. It is worth naming, specifically, what William's tutorship of the young prince actually looked like in its early, ordinary years, before anything was wrong, because it is worth remembering as this whole story turns dark that Baldwin was, by every account of these earliest years, a genuinely bright, genuinely likeable child, quick with languages, comfortable on horseback from an early age in the ordinary manner expected of a future king, and possessed, William himself would later write with what reads, even across 8 centuries of distance, like real and specific personal affection, rather than the formal praise a chronicler might be expected to offer any royal pupil, of an unusually sharp memory and an unusually eager curiosity about the world beyond the palace walls. A boy his own tutor plainly liked teaching, in the small, ordinary, unremarkable years before either of them had any reason to suspect that anything at all was wrong with him. It is worth naming, too, the specific and rather physical praise William attached to his own young pupil in these same earliest years, a detail worth holding on to precisely because of how sharply it will come to contrast with everything this story is about to show you. Because William describes Baldwin as an unusually graceful and unusually promising athlete for a boy his own age, skilled already at throwing a javelin with real accuracy, comfortable handling a horse at speed, and possessed of the kind of easy, natural physical confidence a medieval court expected and prized in its own future king, a boy whose own body, in other words, gave every early indication of growing into exactly the kind of capable warrior king his own kingdom's continued survival would need, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with how completely that same body would, within only a handful of years, begin working against every single one of those early promises, not through any failure of will or of training, but through a disease that had already, silently and invisibly, begun its own work inside him, before either William or Baldwin himself had the faintest idea it was there. It is worth pausing now, on the specific afternoon this story has already described you standing inside, because William himself, writing years later, described the moment of his own dawning suspicion with a specificity that suggests it had stayed with him, vividly and uncomfortably, for the whole of the intervening years, watching a group of noble boys, Baldwin among them, engaged in exactly the kind of rough, competitive play boys of that age have always engaged in, seeing who could dig their own fingers hardest into a companion's bare forearm, without the companion crying out first, an ordinary schoolyard contest of pain tolerance that should have produced from any healthy 9-year-old, at minimum a wince, and produced from Baldwin. William noted with a mounting unease he did not, by his own later account, fully understand in the moment. Nothing at all, no flinch, no complaint, no visible awareness that anything painful was happening to his own body, an indifference William initially and hopefully attributed to simple childish stoicism, a prince determined not to be the first among his own playmates to cry out, before a closer, more deliberate examination of the boy's own arm in private revealed the considerably more alarming truth underneath that hopeful first explanation, that the skin itself had been genuinely broken and scored by his companion's fingernails, in places deeply enough to draw real blood, and that Baldwin had felt none of it, not stoically endured it, but simply, physically, not felt it happen at all. It is worth naming, plainly and without softening it, exactly what William and the royal physicians he consulted in the anxious weeks that followed correctly suspected this specific and specifically located loss of sensation actually meant, because leprosy, the disease that had almost certainly already begun quietly working its way through young Baldwin's own nervous system by this point, does its earliest and its most characteristic damage not to the skin's own outward appearance, which can remain, in its opening years, deceptively unmarked, but to the small peripheral nerves running just beneath it. And it was precisely this specific clinical detail, a wound that produced blood but no pain, that any physician of the period who had encountered the disease before, would have recognised immediately as one of its single, most reliable and single most dreaded early markers, a diagnosis the royal court's own physicians are recorded arriving at with real and understandable reluctance, because leprosy in the medieval world was not, whatever a modern audience might assume from the word alone, simply a difficult medical diagnosis to receive. It was one of the single most socially and spiritually catastrophic afflictions a person of any rank could be told they carried. It is worth pausing at some length on exactly what that diagnosis actually meant in the year 1170 to the people who received it and to the wider world around them, because it is easy, telling this story from the comfortable distance of a century that understands leprosy, more properly called Hansen's disease, as a treatable bacterial infection communicated only through prolonged and repeated close contact, and now essentially eliminated across nearly the whole of the developed world, to lose sight of just how completely different and just how completely terrifying this same diagnosis actually was to the medieval mind that received it. Leprosy in the 12th century was widely, and quite incorrectly, believed to be highly and easily contagious, a belief that led, across the whole of medieval Christian Europe and the wider medieval world alike, to the systematic and often quite brutal segregation of its sufferers into dedicated leper houses called lazarettos or leprosaria. Communities the healthy population was strongly discouraged, and in some regions formally forbidden, from entering, where the afflicted were required, in a great many towns, to announce their own approach in public with a bell or a clapper, so that healthy passers-by might have time to step clear of a body the wider world had already, in every practical sense, begun treating as though it belonged among the dead rather than among the living. It is worth naming, too, the specific and considerably more theologically loaded belief that ran alongside this practical fear of contagion, that leprosy was widely understood in the sermons and the popular medical literature of the age alike as a physical manifestation of a particular kind of spiritual corruption, frequently and specifically associated in the preaching of the period with sexual sin, a belief that meant a diagnosis of leprosy carried not merely a sentence of physical decline and social exile, but an implicit and deeply uncomfortable public accusation that the body now visibly rotting in front of a watching world was doing so because God himself had judged some hidden corruption within it deserving of exactly this punishment. It is worth sitting for a long moment with the specific and genuinely uncomfortable question this belief must have posed to a royal court that had just discovered its own 9-year-old heir carried this same disease, because there was, by every honest account any contemporary source offers us, nothing whatsoever in young Baldwin's own short life that could plausibly have earned him this specific theological judgment. No sin of his own the age's own moral logic could point to and say, "Here, this explains it," leaving the court instead to sit, quietly and without any comfortable answer, inside the considerably darker and considerably more dangerous implication the age's own beliefs left hanging over an innocent child's diagnosis, a suspicion nobody at court could safely voice aloud, that if the disease was not punishing the boy for his own sin, it might, in the unforgiving moral arithmetic several period sermons openly entertained, be punishing him instead for his parents. For the annulled marriage this story has already told you produced him, for Amalric's own choice of the crown over his own wife, for Agnes's own contested reputation, a suspicion that would have made every single person present at that royal court, from the king himself downward, complicit in some small way in the affliction now settling, slowly and irreversibly, into his own son's body. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely difficult decision this diagnosis forced onto Amalric almost immediately, because a king of Jerusalem afflicted with a disease this age believed to be both highly contagious and spiritually disqualifying, faced an obvious and brutal political logic that a great many advisers, in a great many other courts across medieval Europe, would have urged without much hesitation that the boy be quietly set aside from the succession entirely, married off to some minor holding far from the centre of power if he survived long enough to marry at all, and the crown redirected instead toward a healthier and more presentable heir. And it is worth naming with real and considered admiration that Amalric appears never to have seriously entertained this option at all, keeping Baldwin as his own acknowledged heir, continuing his own education under William's tutorship without interruption or public acknowledgement of the diagnosis for years afterward, and treating the boy in every practical and public sense available to him, exactly as the crown prince he had always been, a decision this story will ask you to remember later tonight, when Baldwin's own body has failed him considerably further, and his own capacity to rule is questioned, openly and repeatedly, by men who did not share his own father's early and quietly stubborn confidence that a body in decline and a mind fit to govern were not in fact the same thing at all. It is worth naming finally, before we let this first long chapter of the story close, the specific and quietly telling detail of how carefully this diagnosis was kept, for as long as it reasonably could be from wider circulation, because Amalric and William between them appear to have made a deliberate decision to delay any formal public acknowledgement of Baldwin's condition for as long as the disease's own outward symptoms allowed them to, a decision modern historians read less as simple denial than as a considered, protective political calculation, buying the boy years of ordinary childhood, ordinary training in horsemanship and swordplay, and the ordinary business of being seen by the kingdom's own nobility as a capable, presentable future king before the wider court and the wider world would ever have reason to look at him and see, first and before anything else, the disease rather than the boy carrying it, years that would matter enormously. This story will show you, when the boy was called on, far sooner than any of them expected, to actually wear the crown his father had so carefully protected for him, a crown that arrived 4 years too early. It is worth pausing on exactly how suddenly that call actually came, because Amalric's own death in July of 1174 gave his kingdom almost no time at all to prepare for the transition it had spent 4 years quietly bracing for. The king, only in his late 30s, and by most accounts in reasonably robust health for a man who had spent much of the preceding decade on campaign, fell ill during a march south to deal with unrest in Egypt. A sudden and severe attack of dysentery several contemporary sources describe in genuinely wrenching physical detail, and died within days in Jerusalem itself, leaving behind a 13-year-old son, already visibly, if not yet universally acknowledged, marked by a disease the wider kingdom had only just begun to learn the truth of. A 15-year-old daughter whose own eventual marriage this story has already told you would matter enormously, and a kingdom whose single greatest strategic fear, a unified Egyptian and Syrian power under one hand, had, in the very same year as Amalric's own death, taken a considerable and alarming step closer to becoming real, because it was in this same year, 1174, that Nur ad-Din himself died in Damascus, and that his own former subordinate, the young officer this story has already introduced you to as Saladin, moved with real speed to begin assembling, out of Nur ad-Din's own fracturing inheritance, exactly the kind of encircling Egyptian and Syrian empire Amalric had spent his entire reign trying to prevent. It is worth pausing before we follow the newly crowned Baldwin IV into his own coronation on the specific and genuinely remarkable detail several contemporary accounts preserve about that ceremony itself, held within days of his father's death in the great church built over the site of Christ's own tomb, because William of Tyre, presiding over the religious instruction of a boy he had by this point spent roughly 4 years quietly watching decline, is recorded weeping openly during the coronation itself, a detail that reads, across the distance of 8 centuries, as considerably more than ordinary ceremonial emotion, a tutor who understood, better than almost anyone else present in that church, exactly what kind of body was about to be asked to carry the weight of an actual crown, and exactly how little time that body was likely to be given to do it in. It is worth naming plainly the immediate and genuinely dangerous political vacuum this sudden succession opened up, because a kingdom whose new king was 13 years old, and whose new king's own capacity to eventually rule in fact rather than merely in name remained, for entirely understandable reasons, an open and anxious question among the barons now responsible for governing in his stead, could not simply proceed as though nothing at all had changed, and the first months of Baldwin's own reign were consumed almost entirely by a scramble among the kingdom's most powerful men to determine who would actually exercise power on the boy king's behalf until he came of age. The first man to seize that position was a nobleman named Miles of Plancy, a relatively recent arrival to the kingdom's inner circle, who had, through a combination of Amalric's own late favour and his own considerable ambition, managed to install himself as seneschal, one of the kingdom's most senior administrative offices, in the immediate confusion following the old king's death, and who moved quickly, and by several accounts quite high-handedly, to consolidate effective control over the regency in his own hands, a consolidation that generated real and rapid resentment among a rival faction of the kingdom's older, more established baronial families, who regarded Miles as an upstart with no legitimate claim to the authority he had simply taken for himself. It is worth pausing on how briefly that particular arrangement actually lasted, because Miles of Plancy was murdered in the streets of Acre in October of 1174, only months into Baldwin's own reign, stabbed to death in circumstances several contemporary sources describe as a deliberate ambush rather than any random act of violence, and though no source ever definitively names the men responsible, the great majority of contemporary and modern historians alike point toward the rival baronial faction whose own interests Miles's sudden rise had most directly threatened, a faction led prominently by a nobleman. This story we'll spend a great deal more time with before the night is through. Raymond, Count of Tripoli, Baldwin's own first cousin once removed through his grandmother's line, and, by the specific and genuinely unusual terms of the kingdom's own succession customs, the single closest adult male relative available to claim the regency, once Miles was no longer in a position to hold it. It is worth naming briefly exactly who this Raymond actually was, because he will recur again and again across the whole of the rest of tonight's story in roles that shift more than once from the kingdom's most capable defender to its most bitterly resented internal rival. And it is worth pausing before this story tells you about the captivity that shaped his own adult character on the considerably darker circumstance that shaped his own childhood first, because Raymond had inherited the county of Tripoli as a boy of only 12 years old in 1152, after his own father, Raymond II, was murdered in the streets of the county's own capital by agents of the same radical Nizari Ismaili sect this channel's earlier telling of Saladin's own life has already introduced you to as the Assassins, a killing that left the young Raymond's own mother, a formidable Armenian noblewoman named Hodierna, acting as regent for a fatherless boy inheriting one of the 4 Crusader states considerably too early for anyone's comfort, a childhood loss. This story would ask you to hold quietly alongside everything you have already learned tonight about Baldwin's own considerably more famous early inheritance of a throne, a reminder that Raymond himself understood, from the most personal and painful vantage point available to him, exactly what it meant to be handed real power before a boy had any business holding it. Raymond had spent nearly a decade of his own adult life as a prisoner of war, captured in battle against Nur ad-Din's own forces in 1164, and held in captivity in Aleppo for close to 10 years before finally being ransomed and released only shortly before Amalric's own death. A captivity that had given him, several contemporary sources agree, an unusually deep and unusually sympathetic understanding of the Muslim world he'd spent a decade living adjacent to as a prisoner rather than an enemy on a battlefield, fluent by several accounts in Arabic, personally acquainted with several of the same Muslim commanders and officials he would later negotiate with and fight against as an adult statesman, a background that made him, in the eyes of the kingdom's older, native-born Poulan nobility, exactly the kind of experienced, worldly, and appropriately cautious regent the crisis called for, and that made him, in the eyes of a newer, more recently arrived, and more ideologically zealous faction of the court, faintly and permanently suspect, a man who understood the enemy, in the suspicious formulation this story has already named for you tonight, rather better than a truly loyal Christian lord perhaps ought to. It is worth pausing too on the specific terms of Raymond's own regency, because they were, from the very outset, carefully and rather pointedly limited by the kingdom's assembled barons, who granted him the office for a fixed term rather than an open-ended one, explicitly tied to Baldwin's own coming of age, and who required him, as a further condition of holding the office at all, to give up personal custody of several of his own family's most valuable fortresses as guarantee against any temptation to use the regency to entrench his own family's power permanently, conditions that suggest a court genuinely anxious, in the immediate aftermath of Miles of Plancy's own violent overreach, to prevent any single nobleman from repeating the same mistake twice, and that Raymond, by every surviving account, accepted and honoured without any recorded complaint, governing across the following 2 years, by the general judgment of both contemporary chroniclers and modern historians alike, with real competence and real restraint, defending the kingdom's frontiers, managing its always precarious finances, and crucially, preparing the ground for a transition of real power back to the young king himself the moment the terms of his own regency required it. It is worth pausing, before we watch that transition actually happen, on what these 2 quiet years of regency actually looked like for Baldwin himself, a boy of 13 and then 14, formerly king in name and ceremony but not yet, by the deliberate structure of his own kingdom's own laws, king in any practical exercise of power, continuing his own education under William's tutorship, continuing by several accounts the physical training in horsemanship that had always been expected of a Latin Christian nobleman, regardless of any private uncertainty about his own future health, and watching, from a position of real proximity but no real authority, the kingdom's actual governance conducted by other men's hands, an apprenticeship in the specific and genuinely useful sense that it gave Baldwin 2 full years to observe exactly how his own court's rival factions actually operated, who trusted whom, who resented whom, and where the fault lines an eventual ruling king would need to manage actually ran, an education in the mechanics of his own court's politics that would serve him. This story will show you again and again tonight, rather better than either his own youth or his own worsening health would have led most observers to expect. 15 years old and no longer content to watch. It is worth naming the specific date this 2-year apprenticeship formally ended, because Baldwin came of age, by the kingdom's own particular legal customs, at 15, several years earlier than the age of majority observed in most of contemporary Western Europe, a custom several historians attribute to the kingdom's own permanent state of military emergency, a frontier state that could not, in practice, afford to leave real authority in a regent's hands any longer than strictly necessary, and Baldwin, reaching that threshold in the autumn of 1176, moved by every account with real and immediate purpose to actually claim the authority his own title had technically carried since he was 13, ending Raymond of Tripoli's own regency exactly on schedule, and without, so far as any surviving source records, any open confrontation between the two men, a transition several modern historians single out as a genuinely well-managed piece of constitutional housekeeping, in a kingdom that would prove itself, in the years still to come tonight, considerably less capable of managing its own succession crises with anything like this same quiet competence. It is worth pausing on the specific character Baldwin's own personal rule immediately began to display, because it is worth remembering, before this story turns to the considerable military triumph still ahead of it, and the considerable physical decline running alongside that triumph in the very same years, that the 15-year-old king who took up the actual business of governing in 1176 was already, by his own tutor's own account, an unusually observant and unusually careful judge of the men around him, a young ruler who retained Raymond of Tripoli in a position of continued honour and continued military responsibility rather than treating the end of his regency as any kind of dismissal or rebuke, while simultaneously, and with a political instinct several contemporaries found genuinely striking in a boy so young, beginning to cultivate his own independent circle of advisers and confidants, rather than simply deferring, as a less capable 15-year-old might easily have done, to whichever faction had held the most influence over him during his own minority. It is worth naming specifically one of the first and most consequential pieces of business Baldwin's own newly personal rule was required to address, the marriage of his own elder sister Sibylla, because the kingdom's own succession, this story has already told you, ran in an unusual and genuinely precarious direction, given Baldwin's own worsening health, through his sisters rather than through any son of his own body. A leper king could not, in the medical understanding of the age, safely be expected to father without exposing a wife and children to a disease period, medicine wrongly but sincerely believed to be readily communicable through the ordinary intimacies of marriage, a medical reality, or more precisely a medical misunderstanding treated as reality. That meant Sibylla's own husband, and any son that husband and Sibylla might eventually produce together, stood, from the very outset of Baldwin's own personal rule, as the single most consequential piece of political architecture the young king would ever be responsible for arranging, a fact the whole kingdom understood plainly, even before Baldwin himself had governed for a single full year on his own. It is worth naming, before we reach the marriage, this same urgency actually produced the considerably grander match the kingdom's own diplomats attempted first, because the earliest serious effort to settle Sibylla's own future looked not toward Western Europe at all, but east, toward Constantinople, where the Byzantine Emperor Manuel Komnenos, ruler of the single wealthiest and militarily most sophisticated Christian state anywhere in the Mediterranean world, and this story would remind you, the same emperor whose own troops had fought alongside Amalric's forces on more than one earlier occasion during the long contest for Egypt, was approached with a proposal to marry Sibylla to a Byzantine candidate of his own choosing, a match that would have bound the Kingdom of Jerusalem considerably more tightly to the one power in the entire region genuinely capable of matching Saladin's own growing strength. And it is worth naming plainly that these negotiations, conducted across roughly 2 years of careful diplomatic correspondence, ultimately collapsed without ever producing an actual wedding, the surviving record offering no single clean explanation for exactly why, though several modern historians point to the ordinary friction of cross-cultural marriage diplomacy, disagreements over dowry, over religious rite, over precisely which Byzantine candidate would actually be offered, as considerably more probable than any single dramatic rupture. And it is worth pausing briefly on how differently this entire story might have unfolded had that same Byzantine match actually gone forward, a kingdom of Jerusalem bound by marriage to Constantinople's own considerable wealth and considerable fleet, at the exact moment its own survival would come to depend on exactly that kind of outside strength. One more thread in the whole tangled net of accident and near miss. This story has already asked you, once tonight, to sit with honestly. It is worth naming, too, that the wider Byzantine alliance this failed marriage was meant to reinforce did not simply vanish along with it, because Manuel Komnenos remained, across the whole of the following 4 years, the kingdom's single, most powerful and most reliable external patron, a relationship several contemporary sources describe Baldwin's own court cultivating with real and sustained diplomatic effort, and it is worth naming, with real and specific relevance to everything this story has already told you about contingency and chance, that Manuel himself died in September of 1180, plunging the Byzantine Empire into a period of internal instability and disputed regency that would occupy Constantinople's own attention for years, and that removed, at almost exactly the same moment Baldwin's own health entered its own steepest decline. The single most powerful friend the Kingdom of Jerusalem had anywhere in the wider Christian world, a loss this story would ask you to set quietly alongside everything else piling up against the kingdom in these same difficult years, because a kingdom that might once have called on Constantinople's own fleet and Constantinople's own treasury in a genuine crisis found itself, by the time that crisis actually arrived at Hattin 7 years later, with no such ally left standing at all. It is worth pausing too on the specific marriage this urgency actually produced in 1176 to a nobleman named William of Montferrat, called Longsword for his own considerable height, the son of a powerful and well-connected Italian marquis whose own family carried real weight in the wider politics of Western Christendom. A match several contemporary sources describe as a genuinely promising piece of dynastic engineering, drawing the kind of substantial European, noble family into the kingdom's own defence that a small and permanently endangered Crusader state always had real and pressing reason to want closer, tied by blood and by marriage rather than merely by the general, diffuse religious obligation that had brought most Crusaders east in the first place. It is worth naming with real and unavoidable sadness how briefly that promising match actually lasted, because William of Montferrat died in June of 1177, only months after his own marriage to Sibylla, and only months before the birth of the son that marriage had already, by the time of his death, produced, a boy who would himself, in time, wear his own uncle's crown for less than a single full year, and who this story will need to return to at some length before the night is through, an infant whose own father had died before ever seeing him, and whose own uncle the king, still only 16 years old himself in the summer of 1177, now found himself in the space of a single grieving season simultaneously mourning a promising brother-in-law, welcoming a nephew whose own eventual claim to the throne none of the men present at his christening could have predicted would ever actually matter, and watching his own widowed sister, not yet 20 years old herself, become, for the second time in this story's own short telling of her life, the single most politically significant unmarried woman in the entire kingdom. It is worth pausing before we let this same eventful year of 1177 carry us toward the single most celebrated military triumph of Baldwin's entire reign, on one more arrival that summer brought to the kingdom, because it would prove, across the following decade, to matter almost as much to this story's eventual outcome as anything happening inside the royal family itself. A nobleman named Reynald of Châtillon, whose own name this channel's earlier stories about Saladin and about the road to Hatton have already introduced you to in considerably more detail than tonight's telling will repeat, returned to the kingdom in this same period after 16 consecutive years as a prisoner of war in Aleppo, a captivity of extraordinary length that had, by every account of his own subsequent conduct, burned away whatever patience or restraint a younger Reynald might once have possessed, and married shortly after his own release a noble woman named Stephanie of Milly, lady of the frontier territory of Ultra-Jourdain, a marriage that placed Reynald in direct command of the great desert fortresses of Kerak and Montreal, astride the single most important overland route connecting Egypt to Syria, a position of real strategic consequence that a calmer or more diplomatically minded man might have used to keep the peace along a genuinely dangerous frontier, and that Reynald, this whole story will show you across the years still to come tonight, used instead in exactly the opposite direction. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely difficult position this returning nobleman's own personality placed Baldwin in almost immediately, because Reynald arrived back into the kingdom's politics as a senior, battle-hardened and considerably older baron at the exact moment the kingdom's actual king was a 16-year-old boy, only months into his own personal rule, a boy whose own body was, by this point, beginning to show the disease's advancing effects clearly enough that it could no longer be kept entirely from public notice, and it is worth sitting for a moment with the specific and genuinely uncomfortable question this arrangement posed to every baron in the kingdom, older and more experienced men than their own king, expected nonetheless to actually obey him. A question this story will watch answered in wildly different ways by wildly different men across the whole of the following decade. Raymond of Tripoli generally deferential and generally loyal to the young king's own authority, even when he privately disagreed with it, Reynald of Châtillon considerably less inclined, across the years still to come tonight, to let a teenager's crown outweigh his own considerable and considerably more violent instincts, a body that no longer felt the reins, and an afternoon it refused to sit out. It is worth pausing before we follow Baldwin onto the single field where his own name would be remembered longest, on exactly what the disease quietly working through his body had actually done to it by the autumn of 1177, because the picture is considerably more advanced and considerably more physically alarming than a casual telling of this same story tends to allow. Baldwin was, by this point, 16 years old and already, by several contemporary accounts on both the Christian and the Muslim side of the frontier, unable to make full and reliable use of his own right hand, the same hand this story watched fail to register pain in a schoolroom 7 years earlier, now failing him in the considerably more practically urgent sense of no longer gripping a sword or a set of reins with anything like the strength or the precision a mounted knight's own survival in battle actually depended on, a physical limitation that would have been, for almost any other young nobleman of his own rank and station, sufficient grounds to be quietly kept from the field entirely and left instead to direct a campaign from a position of comfortable safety behind it. It is worth naming plainly that Baldwin chose not to be kept from the field, and it is worth pausing on the actual military crisis that made this specific choice, in November of 1177, as urgent as it turned out to be, because Saladin, by this point firmly in control of Egypt and rapidly extending his own authority across large portions of Syria as well, judged, not unreasonably, that a kingdom ruled by a sickly teenage boy represented exactly the kind of momentary weakness a patient and ambitious rival ought to move against directly, and crossed into the kingdom's own southern territory that autumn at the head of a large raiding force, its own numbers estimated by various contemporary sources at somewhere between 20 and 30,000 men, considerably larger than any single field army the kingdom of Jerusalem could plausibly assemble to meet it, confident, by every surviving account of his own thinking at the time, that the young king's own worsening illness had left the kingdom without any capable commander willing or able to seriously contest so large an advance. It is worth pausing, too, on how nearly correct that confidence actually was, because Baldwin, gathering what forces he actually had available on short notice, found himself able to muster only a genuinely small army, by the standards of the threat now bearing down on his own kingdom. A force several contemporary accounts number at somewhere around a few hundred knights, reinforced at the last possible moment by a contingent of Templar knights riding south from Gaza under their own master, alongside a somewhat larger body of infantry and crossbowmen, a scratch force assembled in days rather than the weeks. A campaign of this scale would ordinarily have called for, and it is worth naming plainly that Baldwin himself, 16 years old, his own right hand already failing him, chose to lead this small and hastily gathered army in person, rather than delegate its command to any of his own more able-bodied barons, a decision several modern historians read as evidence of exactly the kind of political and personal courage this whole story has already promised you tonight. A young king who understood, with real clarity, that an army led by its own visibly ailing sovereign carried a different and considerably more urgent weight, both to the men fighting beside him and to the wider kingdom watching anxiously from behind its own walls, than the same army led by any substitute, however capable. It is worth naming, too, the specific object this small army carried onto the field alongside its own king, a fragment of the true cross, the kingdom's single most sacred relic, entrusted on this occasion to the Bishop of Bethlehem, and carried at the heart of the marching column, in the customary manner the kingdom reserved for its own moments of greatest peril, a practice this channel's earlier telling of the Battle of Hattin has already described you watching fail catastrophically a full decade later, and that succeeded on this particular November morning outside the coastal town of Ascalon, in exactly the way its own defenders had always hoped it would, rallying an outnumbered army that had every practical reason to expect its own destruction into something considerably closer to the kind of desperate, faith-charged resolve that had once, at Antioch and at Dorylaeum nearly a century earlier, carried earlier Crusader armies through odds every bit as unfavourable as these. It is worth pausing, at some length, on the actual battle itself, fought on the 25th of November near a small hill named Montgisard, because Saladin's own army, this channel's earlier telling of his own life has already told you, was caught in exactly the kind of dispersed, overconfident disarray a raiding force settles into. Once it believes the campaign already effectively won, its own soldiers spread out across the surrounding countryside, gathering plunder rather than holding any tight defensive formation, its own baggage train grown heavy and slow with captured goods, and Baldwin's own considerably smaller force struck directly and without warning at the exact moment and the exact place this disarray had left Saladin's own army least prepared to respond to it. A charge several contemporary accounts describe Baldwin himself leading in person, mounted despite a right hand that could no longer properly grip a sword, a detail several later chroniclers linger on with genuine and evident astonishment. A king whose own body should have kept him from the field at all, instead riding at the very front of the charge that broke it. It is worth naming, plainly, just how complete the resulting victory actually was, because Saladin's own army, struck hard and struck by surprise in exactly the moment it was least prepared to organise any coordinated response, collapsed with a speed that stunned observers on both sides of the frontier. Saladin himself forced to flee the field with only a small remnant of his own personal bodyguard, mounting, by several accounts, a spare camel bareback, in his own haste to escape a battle he had ridden north expecting to win with something close to ease, and the great majority of his own raiding force killed or captured in the desperate days-long retreat across open desert that followed, a retreat harried the entire way by Frankish cavalry. A defeat so severe that it cost Saladin, by several modern estimates, the great majority of the army he had led north only weeks earlier, and that took him, by his own later admission to close advisers in years afterward, the better part of a full year simply to rebuild his own military strength to the point where he could resume any serious campaigning at all, a single afternoon's humiliation. Saladin himself is recorded describing, decades later, as coming closer to costing him his life and his entire career than any other engagement of his career before or since. It is worth pausing, at greater length than this story has allowed itself so far tonight, on the actual physical shape of that single afternoon, because it deserves, on the specific side of the field this story is telling you from, considerably more than the brief summary this telling has offered you up to this point. The march itself had begun in genuine desperation, Baldwin's own small relieving force pushing hard from the coastal fortress of Ascalon toward the besieged town of Gaza, only to find, on arrival, that Saladin's own army had already abandoned that particular siege and turned instead toward Jerusalem itself, undefended and lightly garrisoned, with its own field army still scattered in pursuit, a realization that forced Baldwin's own considerably smaller force into an exhausting forced march north along the coast, racing an army many times its own size toward a capital. Neither force could really afford to lose, and it is worth naming plainly that Baldwin's own small army caught up to Saladin's considerably larger one not through any brilliant manoeuvre at all, but through the sheer accumulated luck of Saladin's own troops having scattered themselves across the countryside near a stream called Wadi al-Hassi to plunder and forage, confident that no serious opposition remained anywhere behind them, an overconfidence this story has already named as the single, decisive tactical fact of the entire encounter. It is worth naming, too, the specific weather several contemporary accounts describe bearing down on both armies. That same November day, a sudden and heavy rainstorm that soaked the ground and, several historians argue, worked specifically to the advantage of Baldwin's own smaller, more heavily armoured force, dampening the effectiveness of the light, mounted archers that formed the core of Saladin's own considerable cavalry advantage, whose own bowstrings and whose own horses' footing both suffered considerably more in wet, churned ground than the close order charge of Frankish heavy cavalry that Baldwin's own force was about to unleash directly into the heart of Saladin's own scattered and unprepared camp. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely moving detail several accounts preserve of Baldwin himself, in the moments immediately before that charge, dismounting from his own horse, a difficult and physically demanding act for a young man whose own hands could no longer grip with any real reliability, to kneel and pray before the fragment of the true cross the Bishop of Bethlehem had carried into the camp, several chroniclers describing the whole army pausing with him, a scratch force of a few hundred exhausted, outnumbered men kneeling together in the mud before the single most sacred object their entire kingdom possessed, in the last quiet moment available to them, before committing to a charge that stood, by any reasonable calculation of the numbers actually arrayed against them, a genuinely poor chance of succeeding at all. It is worth naming, finally, that the Templar contingent riding at Baldwin's own side that day, reinforcements who had ridden hard from their own garrison at Gaza to reach the king in time, fought, by several accounts, with a specific and furious intensity several chroniclers attribute to their own master, a stern and famously uncompromising Templar Grand Master named Odo de Saint-Amand, whose own personal ferocity in the charge that followed several sources credit as decisive in breaking Saladin's own bodyguard at the critical moment of contact, a detail worth naming because Odo himself would be captured only months later in a considerably less fortunate engagement and would die in a Muslim prison, rather than accept the ransom his own order's rules forbade paying. One more small, largely forgotten name this story would ask you to hold alongside all the more famous ones, a man who helped win the single greatest victory of Baldwin's entire reign, and who did not live to see even a single one of the disasters that eventually followed it. It is worth pausing for a moment on what this single overwhelming victory actually did for Baldwin's own reputation, both inside his own kingdom and across the wider Christian and Muslim world watching from a distance, because it transformed him, in the space of a single afternoon, from a sympathetic but militarily untested boy king, widely assumed to be little more than a figurehead for whichever baron currently held the most influence over him, into a genuinely formidable battlefield commander in his own right. A young man who had, at 16 years old and with a body already visibly failing him, personally led an outnumbered army to the single most decisive Christian victory the kingdom had achieved in a generation, a reputation several modern historians argue Baldwin never fully received the credit for in the centuries of storytelling that followed, because the far more dramatic and far more quotable story of his own eventual physical decline would come, in time, to overshadow almost everything else about him, reducing a genuinely capable young commander to little more than a tragic footnote in someone else's eventual triumph at Hattin. It is worth naming, too, how news of this same victory was received considerably further afield than the kingdom's own immediate borders, because word of Montgisard, several accounts suggest, travelled across the whole of the Christian Mediterranean world within months, reaching courts as distant as Sicily and southern France, and doing real and lasting work in shoring up exactly the kind of continued Western European interest and continued Western European willingness to send men, money, and reinforcement eastward that a permanently undermanned kingdom like Jerusalem depended on for its own survival, a young, visibly afflicted king who could nonetheless deliver this kind of decisive victory becoming, for a time, a genuinely compelling symbol to a Western Christendom, always eager for fresh evidence that God's own favour still rested on the crusading project, a piece of propaganda value several of Baldwin's own advisers appear to have understood and cultivated every bit as deliberately as Saladin's own secretary Imad ad-Din would later cultivate his own master's reputation for mercy at the gates of the very same city. It is worth naming, too, the considerably less triumphant coda this same period of Baldwin's military career would eventually produce, because it would be a genuine disservice to the actual complexity of this story to let a single glorious afternoon at Montgisard stand in for the whole of Baldwin's own record as a battlefield commander, and 2 years later, in the spring of 1179, Baldwin suffered a real and costly defeat of his own, at a battle fought near the Litani River, in the shadow of a fortress called Marj Ayoun, where a Frankish force Baldwin himself commanded was caught in a considerably less favourable tactical position than the one that had served him so well at Montgisard, and rooted several contemporary accounts recording Baldwin's own personal danger in the chaos of the retreat that followed with real and specific vividness. The young king very nearly captured himself, saved by several accounts, only by the desperate intervention of a small group of his own bodyguard, who fought to clear him a path to safety, while the wider battle collapsed around them, a defeat considerably less remembered today than Montgisard, but one contemporaries on both sides understood plainly at the time as evidence that the kingdom's own military fortunes remained, whatever the previous year's triumph might have suggested, genuinely precarious rather than permanently secured. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely costly strategic disaster that compounded this same difficult year, because in the aftermath of the defeat at Marj Ayoun, Baldwin had ordered the construction of a new fortress at a crossing point of the Jordan River called Jacob's Ford, intended to secure a stretch of the frontier Saladin's own forces had used repeatedly to raid into the kingdom's own northern territories, a fortification project several contemporary accounts describe Baldwin pursuing with real personal investment despite the kingdom's own strained finances, and that Saladin, recognizing immediately the strategic threat a completed and properly garrisoned fortress at exactly this location would pose to his own freedom of movement along the frontier, moved with real urgency to destroy before its own construction could be completed, besieging the half-finished fortification in the summer of 1179, and overwhelming its own garrison after a short and brutal assault, a defeat that cost the kingdom not merely the considerable sum of money already invested in the fortress's own construction, but the lives of the greater part of its own garrison. Several hundred men either killed in the fighting, or in a detail several contemporary Christian sources record with real bitterness, executed afterward on Saladin's own orders as a deliberate example to discourage any future attempt to refortify the same strategically vital crossing. It is worth pausing briefly on how differently these two setbacks, Marjayun and Jacob's Ford, actually read once set beside the glorious victory at Montchesar that preceded them, because they are a useful and necessary corrective to any version of this story that wants to remember Baldwin only as an undefeated boy general, a reminder that the same disease-riddled young king who could, on one particular November afternoon, out-general the single most formidable commander the Muslim Near East had produced in a century, could also, only 2 years later, watch a costly strategic gamble collapse and very nearly lose his own life in the retreat that followed, a pattern of real triumph mixed with real and sometimes quite costly failure, considerably more honest and considerably more genuinely admirable given the body he was working with than the simpler and more flattering legend of an unbroken run of youthful military brilliance that later storytelling has sometimes preferred to remember instead. It is worth pausing now on the specific and considerably more private cost these same years were quietly extracting from Baldwin's own body, away from any battlefield at all, because the disease that had first announced itself in a schoolroom 9 years earlier had not, in the interval, slowed its own progress in the slightest, and by the early 1180s, several contemporary accounts describing him in these years agree. Baldwin's condition had advanced into territory considerably more visibly and considerably more comprehensively disabling than the numbed right hand that had first marked its presence. His eyesight, several sources indicate, had begun failing by this point as well. The disease's damage to the small nerves and blood vessels of the eye, a well-documented feature of its more advanced progression, a decline that would, within a relatively short span of years still to come tonight, leave him entirely blind, and the same loss of peripheral sensation that had first been noticed in his forearm as a 9-year-old had, by this point, spread considerably further across his own extremities, a progression that period medicine had no real capacity to slow, and even less capacity to meaningfully treat, leaving Baldwin, across the whole of his own remaining reign, a king whose own body was engaged in a slow, entirely private, and entirely unwinnable second war running, underneath the considerably more visible one this story has just watched him fight and very nearly lose on the battlefield. It is worth pausing briefly on exactly what the royal physicians attending Baldwin across these same years actually had available to offer him, because it is worth remembering that 12th century medicine, whatever its own genuine sophistication in certain narrow areas, particularly in the Arabic medical tradition, the kingdom's own Frankish physicians had, by this period, begun drawing on considerably more than Western European medicine of the same century typically credited them with, possessed no meaningful understanding of the actual bacterial cause of Baldwin's own disease at all, and the treatments a court physician of this period could offer a leprosy patient amounted, in practice, to a fairly narrow range of options. Careful dietary regimens intended to balance the body's own supposed humours. The therapeutic bleeding period medicine reached for as a remedy for nearly every serious ailment it could not otherwise explain, and a variety of herbal and mineral preparations, some of them, several surviving period medical texts suggest, genuinely soothing to inflamed and damaged skin, even if none of them touch the underlying bacterium actually causing the damage, alongside the specific religious remedies the age considered every bit as legitimate as any physical treatment, prayer, pilgrimage to sites believed to hold particular healing power, and the veneration of relics, none of which this story has already shown you at painful length tonight ever slowed the disease's own steady advance through Baldwin's own body in the slightest. It is worth naming, too, that modern medical historians examining the surviving descriptions of Baldwin's own symptoms, the early numbness, the progressive loss of sensation and eventual paralysis in the extremities, the gradual blindness, have generally concluded that his own specific case most likely represented what modern medicine classifies as leprosyy, one of the disease's two principal clinical forms, and, as it happens, very nearly the most severe and the most relentlessly progressive form the disease is capable of taking. A diagnosis reached entirely retrospectively from the outside, working backward from a chronicler's own careful eyewitness description, written 8.5 centuries before any physician possessed the actual medical knowledge to properly classify what he was describing, and it is worth naming plainly that this same retrospective diagnosis carries with it a specific and rather sobering implication that Baldwin drew, in the most literal medical sense available to us, very nearly the worst possible version of an already devastating disease. A body dealt not merely a difficult hand, but very nearly the most difficult hand that particular disease had to deal, and ruled, regardless, for 11 years anyway. The relic that rode into every battle this story has told you about tonight. It is worth pausing, before this same story moves on the specific object this telling has already mentioned more than once, without ever quite stopping to explain why it mattered as much as it plainly did, the fragment of the true cross carried at Montgisard, and this channel's earlier telling of Saladin's own life has already shown you, lost forever on the field at Hattin, because the kingdom's own relationship to this single relic sat, in a very real sense, at the centre of the entire religious and political identity Baldwin spent his whole reign defending. The relic itself, a fragment of wood Latin Christian tradition held to be a genuine remnant of the actual cross of the crucifixion, had been discovered, or so the kingdom's own founding legend maintained, in the years immediately following the First Crusade's own conquest of the city, and had been kept ever since inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Brought out of that same church and carried into the field only at moments of the gravest military necessity, its own presence understood by every soldier in the army, carrying it as a direct and physical guarantee of God's own attention to the specific battle then being fought, a belief this story has already shown you rewarded at Montgisard, with about as complete and as unlikely a victory as this entire war ever produced. It is worth naming, too, that the relic's own presence on a battlefield was never treated by the kingdom's own religious and military leadership as a simple talisman requiring no further thought, its own custody entrusted specifically to a senior churchman, the Bishop of Bethlehem at Montgisard, a role several other battles across this whole extended war assigned to other senior clergy depending on availability, a formal, considered arrangement rather than a casual one. And it is worth naming plainly that the loss of this same relic at Hattin, a defeat this story has already told you it will not walk you through again tonight, was experienced across the whole of the Christian world when word of it eventually arrived as a wound very nearly as devastating as the loss of Jerusalem itself, a physical, tangible object believed to connect the faithful directly to the central event of their own religion, gone and never recovered, a loss this story would ask you to hold in mind as one more reason. The whole of Western Christendom responded to news of Hattin with the kind of immediate, overwhelming mobilization this channel's earlier telling of the Third Crusade has already shown you, a spiritual emergency considerably larger to the people actually living through it than the loss of any single city could have represented on its own. It is worth sitting for a moment with the specific and rather melancholy fact that Baldwin himself, across the whole of his own 11-year reign, never once lost this same relic in battle, carrying it, or having it carried at his own side through Montgessar, through the considerably less triumphant retreat from Marj Ayun alike, and that it took only 2 years past his own death. In the hands of men, Baldwin had spent his final years specifically trying to keep away from real command. For the kingdom to lose forever the single object its own soldiers had, for nearly 90 years, trusted more than any general, a loss this story has already asked you once tonight, to set alongside everything else this particular kingdom lost in the years immediately following the one king genuinely capable of holding all of it together. A crown unlike any other crown in Latin Christendom. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely unusual character of the coronation ceremony. This story has already described you standing inside twice tonight, once for Baldwin himself, and once for his own small nephew, because the kings of Jerusalem occupied a position genuinely unlike that of any other Christian monarch of their own age, crowned not in some purpose-built royal cathedral modelled loosely on the sites of Scripture, as every other Latin Christian king of this same century was, but inside the actual Church of the Holy Sepulchre itself, built directly over the ground Latin Christian tradition held to be the literal site of Christ's own crucifixion and resurrection, a physical proximity to the central event of the entire Christian story that no other monarchy anywhere in medieval Europe could claim for its own coronations, and that gave the kingship of Jerusalem a specific and genuinely unique religious weight. A king crowned, in the most literal geographic sense available to the age, at the actual centre of the Christian world as that world understood itself. It is worth naming, too, that this same extraordinary religious weight came bundled with a genuinely unusual formal humility built directly into the ceremony itself, because the kings of Jerusalem, alone among the crowned monarchs of Latin Christendom, traditionally declined to be formally titled king at all, in the earliest years of the kingdom's own existence. This channel's earlier telling of the kingdom's own First Crusade founding has already shown you Godfrey of Bouillon himself refusing the title of king entirely in favour of the considerably humbler title of advocate and defender of the Holy Sepulchre, on the specific grounds that no mortal man ought to wear a golden crown in the very city where Christ himself had once worn a crown of thorns, a formal humility later kings of Jerusalem, Baldwin's own predecessors and Baldwin himself among them, eventually abandoned in practice, while still, several historians note, retaining traces of it in the specific ceremonial language and the specific ceremonial gestures their own coronations continued to observe, a kingdom whose own kings ruled with real and considerable earthly power, while never entirely shedding the specific self-conscious theological unease of wearing a crown in a city that had, in its own founding religious memory, once specifically rejected the wearing of one at all. It is worth pausing, finally, on what became of the two men who did the most, in the years immediately following Baldwin's own death, to undo the careful balance he had spent his whole reign maintaining, because neither Guy of Lusignan nor Raymond of Tripoli lived to see the war their own final rupture had helped set in motion reach anything resembling a settled conclusion either. Raymond, this story has already told you, retreated to Tiberias in bitter humiliation after Sibylla's own coronation coup, fought at Hattin himself despite his own private truce with Saladin, breaking through the Muslim lines in the battle's own final hours in the escape this channel's earlier telling of Saladin's life has already described to you, and died only months later, in the autumn of 1187, of what several contemporary accounts describe as pleurisy, a broken and disgraced man by his own final months, blamed, fairly or not, by a great many of his own former countrymen for a catastrophe. His own private diplomacy was widely believed, however unfairly, to have helped bring about. Guy, captured at Hattin and eventually ransomed, spent the following years in the considerably reduced circumstances this channel's earlier telling of the Third Crusade has already described to you, restored briefly to a kind of kingship by Richard the Lionheart's own intervention, before being quietly compensated instead with the considerably smaller island kingdom of Cyprus, dying there in relative obscurity in 1194, a man who had once worn the crown of Jerusalem itself, ending his own days ruling a modest Mediterranean island, a fall from the very heights this story has already shown you, Baldwin's own sister once helped engineer for him. It is worth naming too that Reynald of Chatillon met. This channel's earlier telling of Saladin's own life has already shown you in full considerably less gentle treatment than Guy's, executed personally by Saladin's own hand in the immediate aftermath of Hattin, the specific and long-deferred fulfilment of an oath Saladin had first sworn 5 years earlier over the Red Sea raid. This story has already told you Baldwin himself proved unable to meaningfully punish, a debt collected in the end considerably more thoroughly than anything Baldwin's own more cautious restraint had ever been willing to attempt against the same man while he still lived. It is worth naming too, with real and unavoidable sadness, what became of Sibylla herself, because her own story does not end with a single triumphant coronation. This telling has already shown you her staging with such nerve, but in the considerably grimmer circumstances of the 2-year siege of Acre, this channel's earlier telling of the Third Crusade has already described to you at length, where Sibylla, having followed her own husband Guy into the besiegers' camp outside the very city his own release from captivity had allowed him to help reclaim, died there in the autumn of 1190, along with her own 2 young daughters by Guy, in an outbreak of disease that swept through the crowded and unsanitary siege camp. This channel's earlier telling has already described killing considerably more soldiers than any single day of open battle managed to across the whole of that same grinding 2-year siege. A mother and 2 small children lost not to any sword or any arrow, but to the same ordinary, anonymous, disease-ridden misery that this whole extended war's own chroniclers, on both sides of every one of its battles, so consistently found less interesting to record than the fates of kings. It is worth pausing one final time on what Sibylla's own death actually meant for the kingdom's own already tangled succession, because it left Isabella, Baldwin's own younger half-sister, as the senior surviving claimant to a throne that had, by 1190, already been lost and was still, in the considerable form of the ongoing siege outside Acre's own walls, actively being fought over, and it is worth naming plainly that Isabella's own third marriage, contracted within weeks of Sibylla's death to a nobleman named Conrad of Montferrat. The very Conrad this channel's earlier telling of the Third Crusade has already shown you would soon be assassinated by agents of the Nizari Ismaili sect, required in circumstances several contemporary churchmen found genuinely scandalous. The hurried annulment of her own existing marriage to Humphrey of Turon, the same wedding this story has already shown you Saladin's own siege of Kerak, so nearly interrupted 7 years earlier, one more small, sad postscript to a pattern this story has already named for you more than once tonight. A woman's own marriage rearranged yet again, within days of a death, to serve a political necessity considerably larger than any preference of her own. It is worth naming finally that Isabella herself remarried a 4th time after Conrad's own assassination to Henry of Champagne, and then, after Henry's own accidental death, a 5th time to Amalric of Lusignan, Guy's own younger brother, would go on to reign, in name if increasingly less in practice, as the Crusader states themselves contracted year by year, longer than any other monarch this whole extended story has introduced you to, dying at last around the year 1205, a woman who had outlived 4 husbands and had spent the whole of her own adult life as the single most fought-over piece of political architecture in an entire kingdom, and who nonetheless, this story would ask you to notice, simply kept living and kept being married off, and kept in whatever quiet and largely unrecorded ways were actually available to her, enduring in a story that has not, on the whole, been especially generous to the women who moved through it. it is worth naming plainly what it must have actually meant in the most immediate and physical sense for a young man losing sensation across his own extremities to continue, as Baldwin by every account did continue, riding horses, holding weapons, and personally leading soldiers into combat, because the same numbness that had once seemed almost a strange invisible curiosity in a schoolroom becomes, in an adult body attempting to grip a sword or control a mount under the genuine physical stress of battle, a considerably more dangerous liability, one that left him, by the testimony of several who observed him closely in these years, dependent on a combination of sheer practiced technique, the constant watchful assistance of attendants trained to notice injuries he could no longer feel happening to his own body, and a raw, stubborn determination several contemporaries describe with genuine and specific admiration to simply keep doing, for as long as his own failing body would physically permit it. Exactly what a king of Jerusalem in this particular decade of this particular war needed a king to do. A court that had learned to argue in the king's own name. It is worth pausing before we follow Sibylla into the marriage that would eventually undo so much of what her own brother had spent these years building, on the specific factional landscape that same brother's own royal court had settled into by the very start of the new decade. Because the 1180s opened on a Jerusalem whose internal politics had grown considerably sharper and considerably more personally bitter than the comparatively united front the kingdom had managed to present during the emergency of Montgisard 3 years earlier. Two loosely organised factions had by this point crystallised around the two central and unresolved questions this whole story has already told you would eventually decide the kingdom's own fate, who Sibylla, and through Sibylla the crown itself, would ultimately marry, and how much real trust and real authority ought to be extended to Baldwin's own mother, Agnes of Courtenay, restored to real and daily proximity at her own son's court, once he came of age and increasingly influential, in the account William of Tyre himself would eventually commit to writing, over a range of ecclesiastical and secular appointments. A queen mother of her own contested history might, in a less forgiving court, have been kept considerably further away from. It is worth naming plainly that William of Tyre's own account of Agnes's influence, the single most detailed and most frequently relied upon source this whole period of the story rests on, is not and should not be read as a neutral one, because William had, by the early 1180s, become locked in a real and increasingly personal rivalry with a churchman named Heraclius, a candidate for the powerful office of Patriarch of Jerusalem. Several contemporary sources describe Agnes of Courtenay actively promoting over William's own preferred candidate, a rivalry Heraclius ultimately won, becoming Patriarch in 1180 despite William's own considerable objections, and it is worth naming honestly that William's subsequent chronicle, the same chronicle this whole story has leaned on for nearly everything it has told you so far tonight, grows noticeably less charitable toward Agnes, and toward the whole faction of the court she was associated with, from roughly this same point forward, a reminder this story has already asked you to hold on to once before tonight, that even the richest and most detailed surviving account of these events was written by a man with his own stakes, his own grudges, and his own considered reasons for shading a queen mother's motives as darkly as he ultimately chose to. It is worth pausing all the same on the specific marriage crisis this same factional court actually produced in the spring of 1180, because it remains, whatever the exact balance of blame historians assign to it, one of the single most consequential and most genuinely puzzling decisions of Baldwin's entire reign. With Sibylla widowed, and her own infant son too young to offer the kingdom any immediate stability, the question of her own second marriage had become, by this point, urgent enough that a rival claimant to the kingdom's own throne, William of Tyre, records with evident alarm, a powerful nobleman from the county of Flanders visiting the kingdom on what was ostensibly a pilgrimage, had begun quietly angling to arrange Sibylla's marriage to a candidate of his own choosing, a manoeuvre several of the kingdom's own senior barons, watching a foreign visitor attempt to determine the crown's own succession for his own political benefit, found genuinely alarming enough to force the issue to a head considerably faster than a more leisurely and more carefully considered courtship might otherwise have unfolded. It is worth naming plainly the specific and rather sudden solution this same crisis actually produced, because Sibylla, in the space of what several contemporary accounts suggest was a matter of only weeks, married instead a considerably less prominent nobleman named Guy of Lusignan, the younger son of a moderately powerful but not especially distinguished family from Poitou in western France. A match that stunned a great many of the kingdom's own senior barons, who had expected, given the enormous stakes riding on Sibylla's own remarriage, a considerably more prestigious and considerably more carefully vetted candidate than a comparatively obscure younger son with no particular record of military or administrative distinction to his own name. And it is worth naming honestly that the surviving sources disagree in ways modern historians have never fully reconciled over exactly how much personal warmth actually existed between Sibylla and Guy at the time of this sudden match, several accounts suggesting a genuine and rapidly formed personal attachment between the two of them, others suggesting a considerably more calculated arrangement, pushed forward quickly by Agnes of Courtenay's own faction, specifically to forestall the Flemish nobleman's own rival scheme, before it could gather any further momentum. It is worth pausing too on Baldwin's own role in approving this marriage, because it is worth remembering before this same match becomes, only a few years later, a source of the king's own bitter and very public regret, that Baldwin himself, by every surviving account, consented to it at the time, whatever the private balance of enthusiasm and political calculation that actually produced it, elevating Guy to the substantial title of Count of Jaffa and Ascalon, the very same title this story has already told you Baldwin's own father Amalric once held before his own accession to the throne, a genuinely significant grant of territory and status to a man who had, only months earlier, been a comparatively minor figure at court, and it is worth naming plainly that this rapid elevation generated exactly the kind of resentment among the kingdom's own longer-established nobility that a newcomer's sudden rise to genuine power in almost any court in almost any century reliably tends to generate resentment that would curdle, across the following years, into something considerably more consequential than simple wounded pride. It is worth naming specifically the nobleman whose own resentment of Guy's sudden rise would matter most to the rest of this story, because Raymond of Tripoli, this story's own former regent, and by this point the kingdom's single most experienced military commander, had, several contemporary sources indicate, hoped to see Sibylla married to a candidate more closely aligned with his own faction of the court, and watched Guy's sudden elevation with a wariness that only deepened as the newly minted count began, across the following 2 years, to accumulate an increasingly visible circle of influence around the ailing king, a rivalry between Raymond's faction, drawing its own strength from the kingdom's older native-born baronial families, and Guy's faction, drawing its own strength from Agnes of Courtenay's continued influence and from a newer wave of recently arrived Poitevin and French relations. Guy's own rapid rise had begun attracting east. That would recur, this story promises you again now, at nearly every remaining decision point still to come tonight, right up to the single afternoon that decided the whole kingdom's fate. The wedding at Kerak, and a blind king who refused to be left behind. It is worth pausing before we follow this same rivalry into the specific crisis that finally broke it open, on one particular episode from the autumn of 1183 that this channel's own earlier telling of Saladin's life has already described you from the opposite side of the siege lines. Because from Baldwin's own side of that same episode, it reads as one of the single most physically remarkable acts of his entire reign. Saladin had laid siege that November to the great desert fortress of Kerak, Reynald of Chatillon's own stronghold, at the exact moment a wedding happened to be taking place inside its walls. the marriage of Rainald's stepson Humphrey of Tyrone to the young Princess Isabella, Baldwin's own younger half-sister, through their shared father Amalric's second marriage, and word of the siege reached Jerusalem at a moment when Baldwin's own condition had, by this point, deteriorated to a degree that would have given almost any other king, in almost any other circumstance, ample and entirely reasonable grounds to send an army under someone else's command and remain safely behind his own capital's walls. It is worth naming plainly exactly how advanced Baldwin's own disability actually was by this specific autumn, because he was, by this point, both fully blind and no longer capable of walking under his own power at all. His own hands and feet sufficiently ravaged by the disease's continued progress that mounting and controlling a horse in the ordinary manner had become, in the most literal physical sense, an impossibility for him. And it's worth pausing on what Baldwin chose to do with his body anyway, because rather than remain in Jerusalem and delegate the relief of Kerak entirely to his own barons, Baldwin insisted on personally leading the relieving army south, carried the entire distance in a horse-drawn litter, several contemporary accounts specifically noting the genuinely arduous nature of transporting a paralysed man across the considerable stretch of difficult desert terrain separating Jerusalem from Kerak, a journey that would have been physically taxing for a healthy man in ordinary health, and that represented for a body in Baldwin's own condition a genuine and sustained ordeal he appears to have undertaken without any recorded hesitation at all. It is worth pausing too on why this specific act of will mattered as much as it plainly did, both to the men serving under him and to the wider kingdom watching from a distance, because a relief force marching south under the personal, visible leadership of its own blind and paralysed king carried a symbolic weight no substitute commander, however militarily capable, could possibly have replicated. A demonstration, deliberate and considered rather than merely stubborn, that the kingdom of Jerusalem's own authority still rested, in the final and most literal sense, in the person of its own anointed king, whatever that king's own body happened to be capable of doing unassisted. And it is worth naming plainly that the approach of this relief force, combined with the specific courtesy this channel's earlier telling of Saladin's own life, has already described him extending toward the wedding party, trapped inside the besieged castle, contributed to Saladin's own eventual decision to lift the siege and withdraw, rather than press the assault to its conclusion, a withdrawal several contemporary sources on both sides of the frontier attribute, at least in part, to Saladin's own recognition that a kingdom capable of mounting this kind of determined response from a king in Baldwin's own physical condition remained a considerably more formidable adversary than its own king's visible disability might have suggested to a less careful observer. It is worth pausing now on the considerably less triumphant episode that unfolded only a short time after this same relief of Kerak, because it is the specific crisis that finally, publicly, and irreparably broke Baldwin's own confidence in Guy of Lusignan, the man his own sister had married and his own court had so recently elevated. Baldwin, by the autumn of 1183, genuinely and visibly too ill to continue exercising day-to-day command of his own kingdom's military affairs, had appointed Guy regent in his own stead during this same period, entrusting him, for the first time, with genuine independent command of the kingdom's field army, at a moment when Saladin, probing the frontier near a location several sources identify as the springs known as the Pools of Goliath, presented Guy with exactly the kind of opportunity a capable commander might have used to inflict real damage on an overextended enemy force. It is worth naming plainly what Guy actually did with that opportunity, because he shadowed Saladin's own army for several days across difficult terrain, several contemporary accounts describing a campaign of real caution, but no actual engagement, and ultimately allowed Saladin's own forces to withdraw entirely without ever forcing the kind of decisive battle the kingdom's own assembled strength, gathered at real expense and real urgency, had been specifically mustered to fight, a decision several of Guy's own fellow commanders in the camp reportedly criticised in the moment as an excessively cautious squandering of a genuine opportunity, criticism that reached Baldwin himself, still recovering in Jerusalem from the ordeal of the Kerak campaign, with a speed and a specificity that left him, by every surviving account, genuinely and lastingly furious. It is worth pausing, briefly, on exactly what made this specific missed opportunity so genuinely galling to a king who had, only weeks earlier, dragged his own paralysed body across open desert in a litter, specifically because he understood how much a visible personal show of resolve could matter, because Saladin's own raiding force, several contemporary accounts agree, had allowed itself to become dangerously strung out and exposed while probing the well-watered ground near the springs, precisely the kind of tactical overextension Baldwin himself had exploited to such devastating effect 6 years earlier at Montjussar. And Guy, commanding an army several sources describe as fully as large and fully as capable as the one Baldwin had once used to rout Saladin's own forces outright, chose instead to shadow that same vulnerable force at a cautious distance for the better part of a week, allowing it to withdraw in good order rather than risking the kind of decisive engagement his own king had once staked his entire reputation, and very nearly his own life, on forcing. It is worth naming plainly that several of Guy's own defenders, both at the time and among modern historians since, have argued this caution was not, in itself, unreasonable. An untested commander facing a numerically comparable and highly mobile enemy force, choosing prudence over a gamble that could just as easily have ended in catastrophe. But it is worth naming, too, that prudence was never really the quality Baldwin's own kingdom most urgently needed from the man his own sister had married, not after Montjussar had already shown the whole kingdom exactly what boldness, correctly timed, could actually accomplish against this same enemy. It is worth pausing on exactly how decisively Baldwin responded to this failure, because it tells us a great deal about the kind of king his own worsening body had not, whatever the physical toll of these years, managed to diminish in judgment or in resolve. Baldwin formally stripped Guy of the regency almost immediately upon receiving word of the failed campaign, a public repudiation of the very man his own sister had married and his own court had so recently celebrated, and began, from this same moment forward, the considerably more difficult project of trying to construct a succession arrangement for his own kingdom that would not, in the end, depend on Guy of Lusignan's own judgment at all, a project that would consume nearly the whole of Baldwin's own remaining life, and that this story will now follow through to its own difficult and ultimately unsuccessful conclusion, a child crowned to keep a grown man off the throne. It is worth pausing on the specific solution Baldwin actually settled on in November of 1183, only weeks after stripping Guy of the regency, because it was, in its own immediate design, a genuinely clever piece of political engineering, even if it would prove, in the years still to come tonight, considerably less durable than its own author had hoped. Rather than restore Guy to any position of authority, or attempt the difficult and potentially destabilising project of formally annulling Sibylla's own marriage to a man the kingdom's laws still recognised as her lawful husband, Baldwin instead had his own young nephew, Sibylla's son by her first marriage to William of Montferrat, a boy not yet 6 years old, crowned co-king alongside him, a manoeuvre that secured the succession, at least on paper, through the child directly rather than through Guy, effectively sidelining Sibylla's own second husband from the line of inheritance without requiring the kingdom to formally dissolve a marriage its own church had already sanctioned. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and rather carefully staged ceremony this same coronation actually required, because Baldwin, understanding exactly how much legitimacy, This unusual arrangement would need from the kingdom's own senior nobility, if it was to hold at all, insisted on the personal attendance and the personal oath of every major baron, whose own later cooperation the arrangement would depend on, including, notably, Raymond of Tripoli, whose own presence and whose own sworn acceptance of the child's coronation this story has already told you mattered enormously, given his own uneasy history with Guy's own faction of the court, and Bohemond of Antioch, ruler of the northernmost of the 4 Crusader states, and a cousin whose own attendance was considerably less assured, given both the distance and the danger of the journey south, and whose own kingdom, the Principality of Antioch, sat far enough north of Jerusalem, considerably closer in its own daily concerns to the Byzantine Empire and to the Armenian and Turkish powers of Cilicia and Anatolia than to Baldwin's own southern frontier with Saladin, that its own ruler's own attention had spent much of the preceding decade fixed on troubles. This story has not had occasion to name tonight at all a bitter and prolonged dispute with the Principality's own Latin patriarch over Bohemond's own scandalous second marriage, a rupture serious enough that it had, at points, drawn direct papal censure and left Antioch's own relationship with the wider kingdom of Jerusalem considerably more distant in practice than the formal unity of the Crusader states this story as described for you tonight might otherwise suggest. One more reminder that the phrase this story has used all night, the 4 Crusader states, describes a considerably looser and considerably more quarrelsome federation of genuinely separate political interests than any single unified kingdom, bound together by a shared religion and a shared enemy. But never, in practice, by very much more than that, both men making the considerable effort to appear in person and to bind themselves, by their own spoken oath before witnesses, to the specific succession Baldwin had just arranged. A formality this story would ask you to notice was considerably more thorough and considerably more carefully witnessed than the hurried, improvised coup that would eventually override it entirely only 2 years later. It is worth naming, too, one further and genuinely striking effort Baldwin made in these same final months of his own life to secure his own kingdom's future by means considerably more ambitious than any single ceremony at home, because in the spring of 1184 Baldwin dispatched his own newly installed patriarch Heraclius. This story has already introduced you to at some length as William of Tyre's own rival on a personal embassy across the whole of Western Europe, carrying with him the keys to the city of Jerusalem itself and to the Tower of David, symbolic objects intended to dramatize, to every court Heraclius visited, exactly how urgently the kingdom's own survival now depended on outside help. Heraclius travelled first to Rome, then on to the courts of France and England, appearing before King Henry II of England specifically, a king who carried his own particular and rather complicated burden of guilt regarding the Holy Land, having been implicated over a decade earlier in the murder of the Archbishop Thomas Becket, a crime for which Henry had, among his own several acts of penance, once vowed a personal crusade he had never actually undertaken, and it is worth naming plainly that Heraclius's own embassy, for all its careful staging and all its genuine urgency, ultimately failed to produce the kind of substantial military commitment Baldwin's own dying kingdom actually needed, Henry offering money and vague future promises rather than his own person or his own army, a disappointment that reached Jerusalem, several historians suggest, sometime around the same period Baldwin's own health entered its final and steepest decline. One more door Baldwin had tried, with real and characteristic persistence, to open before his own body finally closed the whole of his own reign for good. It is worth pausing on how genuinely strange and how genuinely revealing this specific solution actually was, because a kingdom this deeply, and this urgently threatened by an increasingly unified external enemy, had just placed a considerable portion of its own future stability in the survival of a single small child not yet old enough to sit a horse unassisted, a wager several contemporary observers recognised, even at the time, as considerably better than the alternative of simply allowing Guy's own claim to stand unopposed, but hardly the kind of secure long-term arrangement a kingdom facing Saladin's own steadily consolidating power could really afford to be resting its own future on. And it is worth naming plainly that Baldwin himself appears to have understood this same fragility better than almost anyone else at his own court, a recognition that would drive him, across the following and final year and a half of his own life, to attempt one further, considerably more unusual safeguard. It is worth naming specifically the provision Baldwin included in his own final arrangements for the kingdom's succession, because it remains one of the single most unusual pieces of medieval royal planning. This whole story has to offer you tonight a formal stipulation that if his own young co-king and nephew should die before reaching adulthood, the resulting question of who should actually inherit the throne, Sibylla or her own younger half-sister Isabella, and by extension whichever husband each woman happened to be married to at the time, would not be settled by the kingdom's own High Court of Barons at all. The body that had, this story has already shown you tonight, proven itself entirely capable of settling successions through sudden and occasionally violent factional manoeuvring, but would instead be referred to a panel of external and supposedly disinterested arbiters, specifically the Pope in Rome and the reigning kings of France and England, a provision that reveals, with a clarity considerably more striking than anything Baldwin himself is recorded saying directly on the subject, just how little faith the dying king had come to place in his own kingdom's own capacity to resolve this question peacefully from within. It is worth pausing for a moment on the sheer quiet pessimism embedded inside that single clause, because it represents Baldwin, by this point barely into his own 20s and already stripped by his own disease of his sight, his hands and his own capacity to walk, looking clearly and unsentimentally at the court he had spent a decade learning to manage, the factional rivalry between Raymond's faction and Guy's faction that this story has already traced across the whole of the preceding several years, and concluding correctly as events would eventually prove that the single greatest danger to his own kingdom's survival was no longer the army massing beyond its own eastern frontier at all, but the near certainty that his own barons, left to settle the succession among themselves, would tear the kingdom apart from within before Saladin's own forces ever needed to strike a single blow. It is worth pausing, before this same story moves on to that same clause and the personal rivalry surrounding it, on a piece of unfinished business this telling owes you from earlier tonight, the specific and genuinely difficult question of whether Baldwin, in these same final years, ever seriously attempted to undo the marriage that had caused him so much trouble in the first place, because the surviving record suggests, plainly enough, that he did, several contemporary accounts indicating that Baldwin at various points pressed the kingdom's own senior clergy to consider formally annulling Sibylla's marriage to Guy, on grounds that would have echoed, with a certain grim symmetry, the exact same consanguinity logic. This story opened its own telling with tonight, a king trying to unmake a marriage through precisely the same legal mechanism that had once unmade his own parents' marriage, and left him, as an infant, holding a legitimacy the kingdom's own barons had granted him only as a grudging concession. It is worth naming plainly that this effort went nowhere. The kingdom's own clergy, and Patriarch Heraclius specifically, this story has already told you owed his own office in no small part to Agnes of Courtenay's own patronage, showing no particular enthusiasm for reopening a question that would have thrown the succession into even greater uncertainty than the arrangement Baldwin had already, with real reluctance, settled on instead. And it is worth naming too that Sibylla herself, whatever the private state of her own marriage, gave no indication of wishing to see it dissolved either. A queen-in-waiting whose own eventual coronation coup, this story has already shown you, depended, in its own final and most dramatic moment, on precisely the marriage her own brother had spent his final years quietly trying and failing to unmake. It is worth naming too one further and considerably more inflammatory episode from these same final years that this story has, until now, only mentioned in passing through its own earlier telling of Saladin's life, because Reynald of Chatillon's own Red Sea raid in the winter of 1182, this channel's earlier story has already told you, sent a small fleet of ships hauled overland in pieces to raid Muslim shipping and coastal settlements along both the African and Arabian shores, threatening the immediate maritime approaches to Mecca and Medina themselves, deserves, from Baldwin's own side of the story, a somewhat closer look, because it is worth naming plainly that Reynald undertook this entire campaign without any recorded royal authorization at all, a private act of war launched from his own semi-independent territory of Ultra-Jourdain, astride the frontier but functionally, in a great many practical matters, beyond the day-to-day reach of a king who could no longer personally ride out to enforce his own authority over a baron determined to ignore it, and it is worth pausing, honestly, on what this specific episode reveals about the genuine limits of Baldwin's own control over his own kingdom's most dangerous nobleman, because a king in full possession of his own body might plausibly have ridden to Carrick himself, in the immediate aftermath of the raid, to personally discipline a vassal who had just provoked the entire Muslim world into exactly the kind of unified religious fury Saladin's own political project had spent years trying to manufacture, and Baldwin, this story has already shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, simply could not. It is worth naming too that the surviving record offers no indication Baldwin ever meaningfully punished Reynald for this same provocation at all, a gap in the record several modern historians read less as royal indifference than as a genuinely difficult political calculation. A king whose own kingdom's continued survival depended on the loyalty and the military strength of exactly this kind of powerful frontier baron, however reckless, weighing the real cost of publicly humiliating or stripping the lands of a man who controlled two of the kingdom's most strategically vital fortresses, at a moment the kingdom could least afford open internal conflict with him, against the real and mounting danger that same baron's own recklessness posed to the wider peace, a calculation this story has already shown you Baldwin making in a somewhat less consequential form when he stripped Guy of the regency, but stopped well short of ever moving directly against Reynald himself, and it is worth naming plainly that this particular restraint, whatever the reasonable political logic behind it in the moment, would prove, in the years immediately following Baldwin's own death, to be exactly the restraint that Reynald's own final and most catastrophic provocation, the broken caravan truce this channel's earlier telling of Saladin's life, has already shown you finally triggering the road to Hattin, needed in order to happen at all. It is worth pausing too on a specific personal rivalry simmering inside this same court that would, within a very short number of years, help ensure Baldwin's own careful arbitration clause was never actually put to any real test at all. Because a nobleman this story is mentioned only briefly so far tonight, Gerard de Riedefort, the master of the Knights Templar, carried into these final years of Baldwin's reign a genuinely personal and genuinely bitter grievance against Raymond of Tripoli, dating back to an earlier broken promise. Several contemporary accounts recording that Raymond had once pledged Gerard, then a comparatively landless knight, the hand and the considerable inheritance of a wealthy heiress, only to renegotiate the arrangement when a wealthier suitor offered Raymond a larger sum for the same match, a betrayal Gerard is said never to have forgiven, and that would, this story promises you now, curdle across the following years into exactly the kind of personal animosity capable of overriding sound military judgment at precisely the moment sound military judgment mattered most. A small human wound nursed for years, that the whole kingdom would eventually pay for in ways nobody present at the original broken engagement could possibly have foreseen. It is worth pausing now on the final and considerably more private stretch of Baldwin's own life, because the disease that had first announced itself in a schoolroom 15 years earlier had, by the winter of 1184, advanced to a point that left him almost entirely dependent on others for the most basic functions of daily life. Blind, unable to walk, his own hands and feet by this point severely affected by the disease's progressive damage to nerve tissue and circulation, a condition several contemporary accounts describe with a directness that modern readers sometimes find startling. Medieval chroniclers generally far less inclined than a modern audience to look away from the physical particulars of a body in decline, and it is worth naming, plainly, that Baldwin continued, even in this final and most physically diminished period of his own life, to participate actively in his own kingdom's governance, receiving reports, issuing instructions, and by several accounts retaining right up to the final months of his own life a mental clarity and a political judgment his own failing body had never managed to touch at all. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely difficult question of exactly how much authority Baldwin actually continued to exercise personally during these final months, because it is a question modern historians answer with less certainty than a simpler, more heroic telling of this same story might prefer. Several contemporary sources indicating that Raymond of Tripoli was recalled once again to serve as an increasingly active regent and military commander during this same period as Baldwin's own capacity to attend personally to the kingdom's day-to-day affairs continued to narrow, an arrangement that returned the kingdom's actual governance, in practice, if not in formal title, to very nearly the same regency structure it had operated under a decade earlier during Baldwin's own minority, a circularity several historians find genuinely poignant. A king who had fought so hard across the whole of his own adult life to rule, in fact, as well as in name, returning, in the last months of that same life, to a position not unlike the one he had occupied as a powerless 13-year-old boy at the very start of this story. The death of a king who had already, in every practical sense, been dying his entire reign. It is worth naming the specific and considerably quiet ending this whole, long, embattled life actually arrived at, because Baldwin IV died in the spring of 1185, somewhere between the ages of 23 and 24, depending on which contemporary chronology historian chooses to trust, worn down at last by a disease he had spent the entirety of his conscious life fighting with a stubbornness his own contemporaries, friend and rival alike, genuinely and repeatedly admired, and it is worth pausing for a moment on how strange it is to describe the death of so young a man as an ending 15 years in the making, and yet how entirely accurate that description actually is. A king who had, in the most literal sense available to us, been dying since the age of 9, and who had spent every single one of the intervening years ruling, fighting, marrying off his own sisters, and planning for a succession he would not live to see settled anyway. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and rather remarkable fact that Baldwin remained, by every surviving account, lucid and actively engaged in his own kingdom's affairs almost to the very end, several sources indicating that he continued receiving reports and issuing what instructions his own failing strength allowed right up until the final weeks of his own life. A king who did not, in the end, simply fade slowly into silence, but who appears to have kept working, in whatever diminished capacity his own body still permitted, until the disease that had been quietly killing him since he was 9 years old finally, after 15 years of patient and largely unsuccessful resistance, succeeded in doing what it had always eventually been going to do, a death several contemporary accounts describe as coming with a specific and rather startling suddenness at the very end, even after so long and so visible a decline, the kind of final rapid collapse that so often marks the actual closing days of a chronic illness that has, for years beforehand, seemed almost stubbornly unwilling to finish what it started. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely moving detail several accounts preserve about his own funeral. Held within the same great church his own coronation had taken place inside 11 years earlier, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, built over the site Latin Christian tradition held to be both the site of Christ's own crucifixion and the tomb from which he rose, a fitting enough resting place, several later writers have observed, for a king whose own body had spent the whole of his adult life visibly and publicly dying, in full view of a kingdom that needed, whatever the theological discomfort this story has already told you that same disease once provoked, to go on believing in a Christ who had once, himself, conquered exactly this kind of bodily death. And it is worth naming with real and unavoidable sadness that the specific location of Baldwin's own tomb inside that same church has, across the intervening 8 centuries of wars, reconstructions, and the general slow erosion, any building this old inevitably suffers, been lost entirely, so that no visitor to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre today can point to a single stone and say, with any real confidence, here is where they laid him. A small, quiet erasure. This story will ask you to sit with again before the night is through, because it is not, in the end, the only thing about this particular king that history has allowed to slip from view. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely moving detail several accounts preserve about his own funeral, held within the same great church. His own coronation had taken place inside 11 years earlier. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, built over the site Latin Christian tradition held to be both the site of Christ's own crucifixion and the tomb from which he rose, a fitting enough resting place, several later writers have observed, for a king whose own body had spent the whole of his adult life visibly and publicly dying, in full view of a kingdom that needed, whatever the theological discomfort this story has already told you that same disease once provoked, to go on believing in a Christ who had once himself conquered exactly this kind of bodily death. And it is worth naming with real and unavoidable sadness that the specific location of Baldwin's own tomb inside that same church has, across the intervening 8 centuries of wars, reconstructions, and the general slow erosion any building this old inevitably suffers, been lost entirely, so that no visitor to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre today can point to a single stone and say, with any real confidence, here is where they laid him. A small, quiet erasure this story will ask you to sit with again before the night is through, because it is not, in the end, the only thing about this particular king that history has allowed to slip from view. It is worth pausing, before we follow the kingdom into the considerably darker chapter. Baldwin's own death actually opened on a single, brief, and rather persistent piece of popular legend this story owes you an honest correction of, because a great many retellings of this story in the years since, including at least one prominent and visually striking film adaptation, many of you may already be familiar with, have imagined Baldwin spending his own final years hidden behind an ornate silver mask, concealing a face the disease had supposedly ravaged beyond any bearing to look at, a detail that makes, admittedly, for a genuinely striking piece of visual storytelling, and that is, so far as any actual contemporary source from Baldwin's own lifetime records, almost certainly an invention of considerably later imagination, rather than any documented historical fact. No contemporary chronicler, Christian or Muslim, William of Tyre least of all, a man who spent years in close daily proximity to the boy and later described his physical decline in real and specific detail, ever mentions any mask at all, and it is worth naming plainly that the actual, undramatized truth A king whose face and body the whole of his own court could see plainly declining year over year, and who continued regardless to rule, to ride, and to lead armies in full view of that same court rather than hidden behind any concealing device, is, this story would gently suggest to you, considerably more remarkable than the fictional mask that later storytellers found more visually convenient to imagine in its place. A regency that lasted barely a year, and a coup that made the arbitration clause meaningless before it was ever tested. It is worth pausing, before we watch the whole careful architecture of Baldwin's own final years collapse, on what actually happened to the small boy he had crowned co-king specifically to keep the throne out of Guy of Lusignan's hands, because the kingdom's own fortunes, in the 16 months following Baldwin IV's own death, would prove considerably shorter-lived than even his own gravest private fears had anticipated. Raymond of Tripoli, this story has already told you, was drawn back into an active regency during Baldwin's own final illness, continued to govern the kingdom in the new boy king's name, the child now known as Baldwin V, through the remainder of 1185 and into the following year, a regency several contemporary accounts describe as competent and reasonably stable given the circumstances, until the child himself, never in especially robust health to begin with, fell ill and died in the summer of 1186, somewhere around 8 or 9 years old, in the coastal city of Acre, a death several later and more sensational sources speculated might have been the result of poison, a suspicion modern historians generally treat with real scepticism, favouring instead the considerably more ordinary and considerably more probable explanation that a medieval childhood, even a royal one attended by the best physicians a wealthy kingdom could provide, remained, in the 12th century, a genuinely precarious thing to survive, quite apart from any human malice at all. It is worth pausing now, on the exact moment the arbitration clause Baldwin IV had so carefully written into his own final arrangements was supposed to take effect, because it was written for precisely this eventuality, the young co-king's death before reaching his own majority, and it is worth naming with real and unavoidable bitterness that it was never actually consulted at all. Rather than send word to Rome, to Paris, and to London, and wait for the kind of deliberate external judgment Baldwin had hoped might settle the succession, without reopening the same factional wound, this whole story has already watched fester, across a full decade of his own reign, Sibylla, backed by a coalition that included the newly installed Patriarch Heraclius, this same story's own account of William of Tyre's professional rivalry, the Templar master Gerard de Riedefort, still nursing the personal grievance against Raymond of Tripoli this story has already told you about, and Reynald of Chatillon himself, moved with real speed to have herself crowned queen before Raymond's own rival faction, gathered at Nablus specifically to organise support for her younger half-sister Isabella's competing claim instead, could mount any effective response at all. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely striking piece of political theatre this same coup actually produced, because Sibylla, as a condition of securing the assembled patriarch and baron's own agreement to crown her, agreed publicly to an annulment of her own marriage to Guy of Lusignan, a concession that appeared, on its face, to satisfy Raymond's faction's own central objection to her claim, only for Sibylla, the moment her own crown had actually been placed on her head, to turn immediately to the assembled court and, exercising what she framed as her own sovereign right as newly crowned queen to choose her own consort, place a second crown directly onto Guy's own head herself, honouring the strict and narrow letter of the annulment agreement, while completely and quite deliberately gutting its actual intent. A manoeuvre several modern historians single out as one of the single boldest and most nakedly calculated pieces of political theatre the whole of this story has to offer, carried out by a woman this story has, until this exact moment, mostly described only as a wife and a widow, revealing, in the space of one carefully staged ceremony, a genuine and formidable political nerve entirely her own. It is worth pausing briefly on Raymond of Tripoli's own reaction to this fait accompli, because it tells us something important about exactly how thoroughly Baldwin IV's own careful, decade-long balancing act had already begun unravelling by this point. Raymond refusing outright to recognise Guy's own kingship, retreating in open and humiliated defiance to his own wife's territory around Tiberias, and entering, in the following months, a private and separately negotiated truce with Saladin himself, a decision several historians read less as any genuine sympathy for the Muslim cause than as cold, furious political calculation by a man who had just watched a decade of careful positioning collapse in a single afternoon ceremony, but a decision that left the kingdom's own single most experienced military commander sitting in open, negotiated peace with its single most dangerous external enemy, at very nearly the worst possible moment such an arrangement could have arrived. A fracture this story's own earlier telling of Saladin's life has already shown you widening, over the following months, into the specific chain of provocation and betrayed truce that finally, catastrophically, brought the two armies together on a dry and waterless plateau near a pair of twin volcanic hills called the Horns of Hattin. It is worth naming plainly, and without walking back through ground this channel is already covered at real length on two separate earlier nights in this room, that this story is not going to retrace the Battle of Hattin itself again tonight. The parched march from Safaria, the grass fires, the capture of the True Cross, the death of Reynold of Châtillon by Saladin's own hand, and the fall of Jerusalem itself only weeks later, because you have already heard all of it, told in full from the side of the man who won it, and it would do this particular story, the story of the boy who spent 11 years trying with everything his own failing body could give him to prevent exactly this outcome. No honour service at all to simply repeat it a third time rather than let you sit instead with the considerably harder and considerably more useful question his own death actually leaves behind, which is not what happened at Hattin, but whether it needed to. It is worth pausing, at some length, on that exact question, the counterfactual this whole story has been quietly building toward across the whole of tonight's telling, because it is one modern historians return to again and again when they write about Baldwin IV specifically, considerably more often in fact, than they return to it for almost any other figure in this entire long war. Baldwin had, by the time of his own death, already proven himself at Montgisard and in a dozen smaller engagements across a decade of nearly continuous campaigning, a considerably more capable strategist and a considerably more careful judge of character than either of the two men who would go on, within a handful of years of his own death, to lose his kingdom for him, Guy of Lusignan, whose own catastrophic failure of nerve at the War Council before Hattin, this story's earlier telling of Saladin's life, has already described to you in detail, and Reynold of Châtillon, whose own reckless provocation broke the truce that made the whole disaster possible in the first place. Two men Baldwin had, in his own lifetime, personally and repeatedly moved to check, stripping Guy of the regency the very first time he proved himself unequal to real command, and keeping Reynold, so far as any surviving record shows, on a considerably tighter leash than the one that man would eventually be handed once nobody remained with the standing or the will to hold it. It is worth sitting honestly with the plain and rather uncomfortable possibility this counterfactual actually points toward, that a single dying boy's own unusually sound judgment may have been, for the better part of a decade, the one thing standing between the kingdom of Jerusalem and the catastrophe that finally consumed it, only 2 years after he was no longer alive to prevent it. A possibility this story would ask you not to accept uncritically, because history rarely rewards the neat single-cause explanation it is always tempting to reach for, and because the kingdom Baldwin left behind carried structural weaknesses considerably older and considerably deeper than any one man's death could fully account for. a permanently thin population of Frankish settlers, a permanently exposed frontier, and an increasingly unified Muslim world assembling itself, this whole story has told you across decades rather than years. But it is a possibility this story would also ask you not to dismiss too quickly either, because the specific sound decisions this particular king made, again and again, exactly when the kingdom's survival depended on someone making them, were not accidents of good fortune. They were the accumulated product of a mind that had spent its entire conscious life learning, with real and sustained discipline, to rule a court its own king could not always physically dominate the way an older, healthier monarch might have simply commanded obedience through the ordinary threat of his own presence. A mind that had to persuade and to judge character and to choose its own battles with unusual care, precisely because its own body had never given it any other option, and that may, in the end, have made Baldwin IV a considerably better king than a healthier version of the same man, spared this particular disease and this particular education in patience, would ever have needed to become. Both hands held open at once. It is worth pausing before this story lets its own admiration for Baldwin carry it any further on the considerably less flattering half of this same ledger, because it would be a genuine disservice to the actual complexity of this man to let the last several sections of tonight's telling stand uncorrected, as though a body's own courage in the face of a merciless disease automatically settled every question about the political judgment directing that body, and there is real and legitimate room among the historians who have studied this reign most closely to ask whether Baldwin's own choices, and not merely his own failing health, bear some genuine share of the blame for the catastrophe that followed his death. It is worth naming specifically the first and most obvious of these harder questions, because the marriage this story has already walked you through, Sibylla's sudden match with Guy of Lusignan in the spring of 1180, was one Baldwin himself, whatever the pressure of the moment, formally approved, elevating a comparatively untested younger son to one of the kingdom's most significant titles on what appears, by several accounts, to have been a genuinely rushed timeline, and it is worth asking, honestly, whether a king who would later prove himself, at the pools of Goliath, entirely capable of recognising Guy's own unfitness for real command, might reasonably have exercised the same careful judgment 3 years earlier, before an ill-considered marriage had already bound the crown's own future to a man Baldwin himself would spend his final years trying, with only partial success, to write back out of the succession. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely double-edged nature of the arbitration clause. This story has already asked you to admire as a piece of clear-eyed foresight, because the same clause that reveals Baldwin's own honest assessment of his court's incapacity for peaceful self-governance also, several modern historians point out, did remarkably little in practice to actually prevent the exact crisis it was designed to forestall, a plan whose entire practical value depended on every faction inside the kingdom. Agreeing, in the desperate and fast-moving hours immediately following a child king's sudden death, to actually wait for word to reach Rome, Paris and London, and then wait considerably longer still for an answer to come back across an ocean and a continent, a timeline that gave Sibylla's own faction every practical incentive to move first and explain themselves to a distant panel of arbiters only after the crown was already irreversibly sitting on her own head. And it is worth asking whether a king with Baldwin's own considerable political experience ought to have recognised, in the planning stage, just how easily his own careful safeguard could be, and in the event would be, simply outrun by a faction willing to act with more speed than patience. It is worth naming finally the broader and more structural criticism a number of modern historians have raised about Baldwin's entire approach to holding his own fractious court together, because a kingdom's stability that depends, as heavily as this story has shown you the kingdom of Jerusalem's stability, depended across the whole of Baldwin's reign on the specific personal judgment, the specific personal relationships, and the specific personal moral authority of one particular king, however genuinely capable that king happened to be, is a kingdom that has not, in any lasting institutional sense, actually solved the problem of its own factionalism at all, merely postponed the reckoning with it for as long as one unusually skilled individual remained alive and able to manage it personally. And Baldwin's own death, at not yet 24 years old, exposed with brutal and immediate clarity exactly how little of that stability had ever actually been built into the kingdom's own institutions, rather than into the increasingly failing body of one particular young man. A criticism that does not, this story would suggest, erase or diminish the real skill Baldwin brought to the specific and extraordinarily difficult hand he'd been dealt, but that does complicate any telling of this story, willing to leave him standing, uncritically, as the single unambiguous hero of his own kingdom's final years. It is worth pausing, too, on how this same fairness ought to extend to the men this story has so far mostly painted in considerably harsher colours, because Guy of Lusignan and even Reynald of Châtillon were not, whatever the real and serious damage their own worst decisions eventually did to the kingdom, both men claim to serve, simple cartoon villains placed in this story purely to make Baldwin look good by comparison. Guy, a man who had, after all, been handed a genuinely difficult command against a numerically superior enemy, and chosen the more cautious of two available options, a choice that reads, considered on its own terms rather than through the lens of the furious king who fired him for it, as defensible if uninspired generalship rather than simple cowardice, and Reynald, a man whose own 16 years of brutal captivity, this story has already asked you to remember, had shaped a personality several contemporaries found genuinely difficult to excuse, but that a fuller accounting of this story owes at least the honesty of explaining rather than merely condemning. A reminder this whole channel returns to again and again, that even the men history remembers as the clear villains of a given catastrophe rarely experience their own choices, in the moment, as villainy at all. How we actually know any of this, and whose hand wrote it down? It is worth pausing, before this story carries you into its final and more reflective stretch, on the specific and genuinely unusual nature of the sources this entire telling has rested on, because Baldwin IV is, among the major figures of this whole extended crusading story, one of the more thoroughly documented from a single, close, and largely sympathetic vantage point, and one of the more thinly documented from almost every other angle available to a modern historian trying to reconstruct him. William of Tyre, this story has already introduced you to as both Baldwin's own childhood tutor and the diagnostician of his disease, spent the whole of his own adult career rising through the kingdom's ecclesiastical and eventually its secular administration as well, becoming Chancellor of the kingdom in addition to his own religious offices, a position that placed him, for the whole of Baldwin's reign, close enough to the centre of actual power to record its workings with a specificity and an intimacy few other chroniclers of this entire war can match. And it is worth naming, plainly, exactly why that same closeness makes him a source to be read carefully rather than simply trusted, because William's own chronicle, this story has already told you, grows demonstrably less charitable toward Agnes of Courtenay and her own faction of the court across precisely the years William's own personal rivalry with Patriarch Heraclius was intensifying, a bias modern historians have learned to recognise and to correct for, reading William's own harshest judgments about the court's later politics with the same careful scepticism this whole channel has always encouraged you to bring to any single chronicler's account of his own rivals. It is worth naming too the considerably thinner record available from the other side of the frontier, because the great Arabic chroniclers of this same period, Imad ad-Din al-Isfahani, Bahay ad-Din ibn Shaddad, and the Mosuli historian Ibn al-Athir, this channel's earlier telling of Saladin's own life has already introduced you to at some length, had comparatively little occasion to write about Baldwin himself in any real depth. Their own attention trained overwhelmingly on Saladin's own career and on the wider strategic and religious drama of his own unification wars, mentioning the Leper King of Jerusalem chiefly at the specific moments his own kingdom's fortunes intersected directly with Saladin's, Montgisard, the siege of Kerak, the general shape of the succession crisis that followed his death, rather than offering anything like the sustained close attention William of Tyre devoted to him. A genuine asymmetry in the surviving record that leaves modern historians reconstructing Baldwin's own inner life and his own private motivations almost entirely through a single, sympathetic, but demonstrably imperfect witness. And it is worth naming finally that this same imbalance is itself a small, quiet echo of something this whole channel has told you more than once before, that history is very rarely told to us in stereo, and that the specific voice loudest in any surviving record usually belongs to whoever happened to be standing closest to the throne when the ink was still wet. It is worth naming too that Baldwin's own reign has, within the last half-century of academic scholarship specifically, received a considerably more careful and considerably more sustained treatment than it managed to attract for long stretches of the 8 centuries before that. Modern medievalists working through the surviving charters, the physical and administrative record of the kingdom's own governance, alongside William of Tyre's own narrative, to reconstruct a Baldwin considerably more actively and continuously involved in his own kingdom's governance, right up until the final months of his life, than the older and simpler popular image of a doomed boy propped up on a throne by other men's hands ever really allowed for, a scholarly correction. This whole story has tried, across the whole of tonight's telling, to build directly into the way it has told you this same story from the very beginning, rather than saving the correction for a footnote at the end. What it actually felt like inside that particular body on an ordinary Tuesday. It is worth pausing for a moment before this story moves on to the people standing just outside its own central frame, on the specific, unglamorous, day-to-day physical experience of the disease this whole telling has spent so long naming in clinical and historical terms, because it is easy, even across everything this story has already shown you, for a phrase like advancing leprosy to pass through a sentence without ever quite landing in the body it actually belonged to, and Baldwin's own body, across the better part of 15 years, was required to go on living inside a fairly specific and fairly relentless sequence of changes that a modern understanding of Hansen's disease can describe to us with rather more precision than any 12th century physician ever had available to him. The bacterium responsible, we now know, targets the body's own peripheral nerves first, the small branching network running just beneath the skin of the hands, the feet, the face and the extremities, producing in its earlier stages exactly the kind of localized numbness this story watched a 9-year-old boy demonstrate without understanding it in a palace courtyard. A numbness that leaves the affected skin genuinely vulnerable to injury, precisely because the body's own early warning system, the flinch, the wince, the reflexive pulling away from a hot coal or a sharp edge, simply stops firing in the areas the disease has reached, so that small wounds, burns, and blisters can occur and can worsen entirely unnoticed by the person carrying them. A mechanism that explains, with rather more precision than any medieval account could offer, why advanced cases so often produced the specific, visible loss of fingers, toes, and other extremities that made the disease so instantly recognizable and so instantly feared to the wider medieval world. Not because the disease itself directly dissolved those extremities, as period folklore sometimes imagined, but because a body that can no longer feel its own injuries accumulates damage, infection, and eventual tissue loss through nothing more dramatic than the accumulated, unnoticed wear of ordinary daily life. It is worth naming, too, the specific and considerably more socially visible symptoms that tended to accompany this same progression in its more advanced stages. A thickening and coarsening of the skin, particularly across the face, that period observers frequently and rather cruelly described using the vocabulary of a lion's mane, or a lion's own facial features, a description modern medical literature still occasionally echoes in a more clinical register, alongside a gradual clouding and eventual loss of vision as the disease's damage reached the small nerves and blood vessels serving the eyes themselves. A specific and cruel irony worth pausing on for its own sake, that a king already living inside a body that had lost its capacity to feel physical danger approaching would, in his final years, lose as well his capacity to see it coming, so that Baldwin's own final months were spent ruling a kingdom he could no longer see and defending a body he could no longer feel, relying, in both cases, on other senses, other people, and a sheer, disciplined attentiveness his own tutor had once remarked on in a considerably more innocent context, to compensate for losses that would have left a less determined man entirely and permanently withdrawn from public life altogether. It is worth pausing, too, on what daily governance from inside a body in this specific condition would actually have required in the most mundane and practical terms, because it is worth remembering that a blind king with severely limited use of his own hands could not personally read a single dispatch, could not personally sign or seal a single document, could not personally recognize a single visitor to his own court by sight, and depended, for every one of these ordinary administrative functions a healthy medieval king would have exercised without a second thought, on a small circle of attendants, scribes, and trusted advisers reading aloud to him, guiding his own hand across a wax seal, and describing to him, in whatever detail he required, the faces and the bearing of the men standing in front of him, a dependency that would have made Baldwin, in the most literal daily sense, permanently vulnerable to being deceived, misled, or simply managed by whoever happened to control his own immediate physical access, a vulnerability this story has already shown you Baldwin fighting against, with real and sustained political skill, building, across the whole of his own reign, a circle of attendants and advisers he had real reason to trust precisely because the alternative, in a body this dependent on other people's honesty, was a kind of total and helpless exposure. Few rulers in this entire long story ever had to actually govern from inside of. The other lepers of the kingdom, who left considerably less behind them than their own king did. It is worth pausing, before this story turns toward its own final reflections, on a group of people Baldwin's own singular position as king has, across the whole of tonight's telling, made it easy to lose sight of entirely. The ordinary men and women of his own kingdom who carried this same disease without ever carrying a crown alongside it, because the kingdom of Jerusalem, like every medieval Christian society of its own age, maintained institutions specifically dedicated to the segregation and the care, such as it was, of exactly this population, and it is worth naming specifically the single most consequential of those institutions to intersect directly with this story, a religious and eventually military order founded in Jerusalem sometime in the earlier decades of the 12th century and dedicated to St. Lazarus, the biblical figure associated with leprosy in medieval tradition, an order that ran a hospital specifically for lepers just outside the city's own walls, and that, inner detail this story finds genuinely worth sitting with, gradually developed its own distinct and rather extraordinary military wing, a body of knights who were themselves required as a condition of membership to be suffering from leprosy, men who fought and who died in a great many of the same battles this story has already walked you through tonight, wearing the same armour, riding the same horses, and facing the same enemy as any other Frankish knight, while carrying underneath that armour the exact same disease their own king carried underneath his crown. It is worth pausing on the specific and genuinely stark contrast this same institution reveals, because an ordinary leper admitted to the care of the Order of St. Lazarus, or to any of the comparable leprosaria scattered across medieval Christian Europe, faced a life of formal and often quite total segregation from the healthy population around him, excluded in a great many towns from ordinary markets, ordinary churches and ordinary family life, required in some places to announce his own approach with a bell so that healthy passers-by could step clear of him, treated in the plainest and most practical sense available to us, as someone already substantially removed from the world of the living well before his own actual death arrived. And it is worth naming plainly that Baldwin himself, carrying precisely the same disease, was spared almost the entirety of that same social death, continuing to rule, to be received in audience by ambassadors and by fellow monarchs, to command armies in the field, and to be mourned at his own eventual death by an entire kingdom rather than quietly buried by a handful of fellow sufferers in an isolated cemetery outside the city walls. A difference this story would ask you to sit with honestly, because it was not the disease itself that produced this difference in treatment. The bacterium working through Baldwin's own body cared nothing at all for the crown resting above it. It was, in the plainest possible terms, the specific accident of the body it happened to have been born into, a reminder this whole channel has offered you more than once, before tonight in different guises, that suffering, however evenly a disease itself might be distributed across a population, is very rarely distributed evenly at all once it passes through the sorting mechanism of rank, wealth, and birth. It is worth naming too that this same Order of St. Lazarus, its own leper knights among them, fought at the Battle of Hattin. This story has already declined to re-narrate in full tonight, and that its own military wing was, by several accounts, very nearly annihilated in the catastrophe that followed, a detail almost entirely absent from the popular memory of that battle, which tends to remember the Templars and the Hospitallers executed in its aftermath and forgets, almost entirely, the considerably stranger and considerably more poignant detail that a company of knights already living with the same disease their own king had spent 11 years ruling through, marched onto that same waterless plateau and died there in numbers. Nobody at the time thought especially worth recording in any careful detail. One more small, uncounted corner of a story. This whole channel has already told you, on another night in this room, at considerably greater length, that had room in it for a great many more losses than the famous ones any single telling ever manages to name. The women whose own decisions this story has left standing mostly at its edges. It is worth pausing too, before we let this story close, on the specific women who moved through Baldwin's own life and whose own agency, real and considerable in at least 2 cases, this telling has so far mentioned mostly in the context of the men their own marriages and their own political manoeuvring affected, because a fuller accounting of this particular reign owes them, as this channel has tried to owe the women of every story it tells, a somewhat closer look. Agnes of Courtenay, Baldwin's own mother, spent the whole of her son's adult reign at the centre of a controversy this story has already tried to present with real and deliberate fairness. A woman whose own reputation survives to us almost entirely through the pen of a chronicler who had come, by the final years of Baldwin's reign, to regard her as a genuine political rival, and it is worth naming plainly that whatever the exact truth of her own specific ambitions, Agnes remained close to her own son across the whole of his physical decline, in a way several accounts suggest was genuinely personal, rather than purely political, a mother who had been legally separated from her own infant children's father before either child could walk, and who spent the following 2 decades finding her own way back into genuine closeness with at least one of them. It is worth naming too Sibylla, whose own single, carefully staged coronation ceremony this story has already shown you was very possibly the boldest individual political act performed by anyone in this entire telling. A woman who buried a husband, raised a son who would wear a crown for less than a year, married a second husband. Her own brother came to regret sanctioning, and then, when the moment finally called for it, outmanoeuvred an entire faction of the kingdom's most experienced barons in a single afternoon of carefully choreographed ceremony. And it is worth naming, finally, Isabella, Baldwin's own younger half-sister, married off at 11 years old to Humphrey of Turon in the very wedding this story has already told you Saladin's own siege of Kerak so nearly interrupted, a marriage arranged entirely for its own dynastic utility, rather than for any preference of the child it was arranged around, whose own much longer subsequent life, remarried twice more in the turbulent years that followed her own half-brother's death, would eventually make her, for a time, the single most fought-over piece of political architecture in the entire kingdom, her own actual wishes. On the rare occasions any surviving source bothers to record them at all, consistently and almost entirely overridden by the men negotiating around her, a pattern this channel has now shown you, across several different stories told on several different nights, repeating itself with a consistency that is not, in the end, any kind of accident at all. It is worth naming, too, one further woman this story has, until now mentioned only through her own daughter, because Maria Comnene, Isabella's own mother and Amalric's second wife, married the king in 1167 as a considerably more prestigious replacement for the annulled marriage to Agnes of Courtenay. This whole story opened its own telling, with tonight a Byzantine princess, grandniece to the same Emperor Manuel Komnenos. This story has already told you Baldwin's own court later tried and failed to bind the kingdom to through Sibylla's marriage, whose own arrival in Jerusalem represented, at the time, exactly the kind of prestigious foreign alliance a still young Amalric had reason to want after the domestic embarrassment of his own first marriage's dissolution. And it is worth naming plainly that Maria, widowed by Amalric's own death in 1174 when her own daughter Isabella was barely 2 years old, remarried within a few years to a nobleman named Balian of Ibelin, becoming, through that second marriage, the matriarch of a baronial family. This story has not had occasion to follow closely tonight, but that would, in the years immediately following the fall of Jerusalem this story has already declined to re-narrate, produce, in Balian himself, the very nobleman this channel's earlier telling of Saladin's own life described you watching negotiate the city's own surrender terms. A small and rather remarkable thread connecting a Byzantine princess who arrived in Jerusalem as a teenage bride to the eventual loss of the city her own stepson spent his whole reign defending, and to the merciful terms under which it was finally, 8 years after Baldwin's own death, allowed to fall. What the city itself actually sounded like underneath all of this. It is worth pausing for a moment before this story returns to its own final reckoning with the man at its centre, on the ordinary, unglamorous texture of daily life inside the city Baldwin spent his whole short reign trying to protect, because it is easy. Telling a story this dense with sieges and successions and diagnoses, to forget that Jerusalem in the 1170s and 1180s was also, for the tens of thousands of ordinary people living inside and round it, simply a city, going about its own daily business more or less indifferent to the specific crises consuming its royal court. Picture, for a moment, the markets inside the Latin Quarter near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre itself. stalls selling spices carried up from the Red Sea ports, and silk carried in along caravan routes from Damascus, money changers doing business in half a dozen currencies at once. Pilgrims freshly arrived by ship at Jaffa and marched up the winding road into the hill country, dusty and exhausted and weeping, several contemporary accounts note. At their own first sight of the city's walls, Eastern Christian, Jewish and Muslim residents moving through the same streets under the kingdom's own particular and imperfect system of tolerated coexistence. A city whose own church bells, this story would ask you to picture ringing across all of it, mark the hours of a royal court most of the ordinary people hearing them would never once see with their own eyes. It is worth naming, too, that ordinary residents of the kingdom would have known their own king's condition considerably better and considerably more matter-of-factly than a modern audience conditioned to think of royal illness as a carefully guarded secret might assume, because a medieval kingdom this size and a capital city this compact offered very little genuine privacy to anyone, let alone to a monarch whose own comings and goings, whose own increasingly visible reliance on attendants and litters, and whose own gradually more halting participation in the great public ceremonies a king of Jerusalem was expected to preside over, would have been observed, discussed, and interpreted by a very great many people who never once set foot inside the palace itself, a population that appears, by the general tenor of the surviving record, to have regarded their own king's condition with something closer to the specific and complicated blend of pity, respect, and genuine anxiety. This whole story is tried to build up in you across the whole of tonight's telling, rather than with the theological suspicion this same story told you, near its very beginning, that a stricter reading of the age's own religious teaching about leprosy might otherwise have encouraged. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and rather touching detail several later medieval legends, considerably less reliable than the sober record this story has otherwise tried to stick to tonight, attached to the ordinary people's own affection for their afflicted king, stories of Baldwin continuing to personally distribute alms to the poor and to the lepers of his own kingdom, including, some versions specifically claim, the residents of the very leprosarium this story has already told you tonight ran just outside the city walls, a detail modern historians treat with the same appropriate caution. This story has already asked you to bring to the Silver Mask this same body of later legend also invented, unverifiable in any contemporary source, but not in itself, especially implausible given everything else. This telling has shown you about the specific character of the young man at its centre, a king who understood, from the most intimate and painful vantage point available to any monarch in this entire long story, exactly what it meant to be looked at and judged and possibly feared for a body one had never chosen and could not control. A meditation on everything that very nearly went differently. It is worth pausing before this story lets itself drift any further toward its own eventual close, on the sheer, accumulated weight of contingency this whole telling has quietly stacked up across the course of a single evening, because it is a genuine and useful exercise. Once a story like this one has run its full course, to sit for a moment with everything inside it that might, with only the smallest adjustment of fortune, have gone entirely differently. If the specific consanguinity rule this story opened with had gone unenforced, as it had been unenforced for every comparable marriage before Amalric's own, Baldwin might never have carried the particular question of his own legitimacy quietly beneath his own crown at all. If William of Tyre had happened to be looking out a different window on a different afternoon, the diagnosis that shaped the whole of the rest of this story might have come months or years later, changing nothing about the disease itself, but a great deal about how, and how soon, a still uncertain kingdom learned to plan around it. If Amalric had died of anything other than a sudden and unstoppable dysentery in the summer of 1174, if Miles of Plancy's own assassins had failed, if the Templar reinforcements at Montgisard had arrived a single day later, if the arrow or the fever that took William of Montferrat in the summer of 1177 had passed him by, if Sibylla's own hurried second marriage had gone instead to some sturdier and more capable candidate than Guy of Lusignan, if the boy king crowned in November of 1183 had simply lived another decade, this whole story, and the considerably larger and considerably more famous story that follows directly on from it, the loss of the true cross, the loss of Jerusalem itself, the whole vast mobilization of the Third Crusade this channel has already told you about at length on other nights in this room, might never have needed to happen in anything like the shape it actually took. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how little of any of this Baldwin himself actually controlled, and how much of it he nonetheless spent his entire adult life trying, with real skill and real persistence, to control anyway. Because that is, this story would suggest to you, very nearly the whole of what a human life actually consists of, a great tangled net of accident and inheritance and other people's choices pressing in on every side, and a single, stubborn, finite will pushing back against as much of it as that will can actually reach. And it is worth naming plainly that Baldwin's own particular will reached considerably further than his own particular body, or his own particular century's medicine, had any right to expect it to, a boy who could not feel his own wounds, ruling a kingdom that would in the end prove itself considerably less able to feel the wound closing in on its own throat than the disabled teenager who spent a decade trying, patiently and at real personal cost, to make it look harder. What became of the man who first noticed, and the ground that still remembers him? It is worth pausing before this story turns toward the stones and the archives that carry what remains of this whole account down to us today, on what actually happened to William of Tyre himself, the tutor this story opened its whole telling inside the gaze of, because his own life did not end quietly, and it did not end especially well. Passed over for the office of Patriarch of Jerusalem in favour of his own rival Heraclius in 1180, a defeat this story has already told you, soured his own chronicle's treatment of Agnes of Courtenay's entire faction of the court, William continued nonetheless in his own considerable secular office as Chancellor of the kingdom, and continued, across the whole of Baldwin's final years and into the considerably darker period immediately following his own former pupil's death, to work on the same great chronicle. This story has leaned on all night, a history of the kingdom's own founding and its own subsequent century that breaks off, abruptly and without any clear ending, sometime around 1184, its own final pages either lost to time or, some historians suspect, simply never finished at all. A chronicler who appears, by the circumstantial evidence of his own manuscript's own sudden silence, to have died sometime in the mid-1180s, possibly in 1186, the exact circumstances of his own death considerably less well documented than the meticulous detail he brought to nearly everyone else's. It is worth naming, honestly, a persistent and rather dark rumour that attached itself to William's own death within a generation of it actually happening, a later and considerably less reliable continuation of his own chronicle, composed by writers working some time after the fall of Jerusalem itself, claiming that William had travelled to Rome specifically to appeal his own exclusion from the Patriarchate directly to the Pope, and that his own rival Heraclius, learning of the journey, arranged to have him poisoned by a personal physician before he could ever plead his own case, a story modern historians treat with the same considered scepticism. This whole telling has already asked you to bring to the silver mask and to the alms-giving legends this story is mentioned once before tonight, unverifiable, dramatically convenient in exactly the way later medieval storytelling so often preferred its own history to be, and almost certainly on the actual balance of the surviving evidence, more legend than fact, though it is worth naming plainly that the mere existence of the rumour tells us something real about how bitterly William's own contemporaries remembered the rivalry between these two churchmen. A feud fierce enough that later storytellers found a poisoning entirely believable, even without any actual evidence to support it. It is worth pausing, too, on what modern archaeology has, and considerably more often has not, been able to recover of the specific physical world this whole story has moved through tonight, because the desert fortress of Kerak this story watched Baldwin's own litter-borne relief force march toward in 1183 still stands today, in the modern nation of Jordan, its own massive stone walls and its own vaulted galleries remarkably well preserved across the intervening 8.5 centuries. A genuinely striking place. Any of you who ever find yourselves travelling through that part of the world could still walk through and stand inside. Considerably more intact than almost anything else. This whole story has described you watching Rise and Fall tonight, and it is worth naming too. The considerably more fragmentary but genuinely fascinating archaeological record left behind by the fortress. This story told you Saladin destroyed at Jacob's Ford in the summer of 1179, a site modern archaeologists have excavated across several seasons of careful work, recovering, among the ruins of the half-finished construction, a scattering of arrowheads, coins and construction tools abandoned in the sudden violence of the siege that ended it. Physical fragments of exactly the costly and ultimately failed strategic gamble. This story asked you to sit with earlier tonight as a necessary corrective to any telling of Baldwin's reign that wanted to remember only the triumph at Montgisard and none of the setbacks that came after it. It is worth pausing briefly on a scene this story has described you only in the abstract so far tonight, an actual session of the High Court. This telling has already told you served as the kingdom's own highest legal and political authority, because it is worth picturing concretely what such a session would actually have looked like with Baldwin himself presiding over it in these same final years. A great hall inside the royal palace, the kingdom's assembled barons and senior churchmen seated according to careful and long-established precedents, and at its own head, a king who could not see a single face in the room in front of him, who could not personally read the charter or the grievance being argued before him, and who nonetheless several surviving records of specific judgments from these same years indicate, continued to render decisions, settle property disputes between rival baronial families, and confirm or deny petitions brought before him, relying on trusted clerks to read documents aloud and trusted advisers to describe, in whatever detail the moment required, the bearing and the apparent sincerity of whichever petitioner stood waiting for his own judgment, a king governing in the most literal sense, entirely through other people's eyes and other people's voices, and doing it, by every indication the surviving record offers us, with a consistency and a fairness his own barons continued to respect right up until the final months his own body would allow him to hold court at all. It is worth naming, with real and specific sadness, that no comparable archaeological record survives to tell us anything at all about the one site this whole story would most like to be able to show you, the actual tomb inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where Baldwin's own body was laid to rest in the spring of 1185, because the church itself has been damaged, rebuilt, and reconfigured repeatedly across the intervening centuries, by fire, by earthquake, by the ordinary accumulated wear any building this heavily used for this many centuries inevitably suffers, and by the specific and rather brutal disruption the Ayyubid and later the Khwarezmian and Mamluk conquests of the 13th century brought to the kingdom's own royal necropolis, a series of disruptions thorough enough that the specific tombs of nearly every king of Jerusalem who once lay buried there, Baldwin included, have been lost entirely, their own precise locations no longer known to anyone, so that a modern visitor standing inside that same church today, walking the same stones William of Tyre once wept openly upon at a coronation. This story described you standing inside near the very beginning of tonight's telling cannot point to any single spot and say, with any real confidence, "Here, this is where they laid him down." It is worth pausing finally on how modern medicine itself has come, in the centuries since Baldwin's own death, to understand the specific disease that killed him, because the contrast between what 9-year-old Baldwin's own royal physicians could offer him in 1170, essentially nothing beyond diagnosis, and the age's own considerable but medically useless array of prayers, and what a child receiving the same diagnosis today can expect, is one of the single more genuinely hopeful pieces of context this whole story has to offer you before it lets you go tonight. Hansen's disease, the modern and considerably less stigmatizing name the medical world now generally prefers over the older word this whole story has used throughout, precisely because that older word carries, even now, 8 centuries after Baldwin's own death, so much of the same fear and the same unearned shame this story has spent all night describing to you, is caused by a slow, growing bacterium first properly identified by the Norwegian physician Gerhard Amauer Hansen in the 1870s, nearly 7 full centuries after Baldwin's own diagnosis, and remained, right up through the middle of the 20th century, a disease with no reliably effective cure, until the development, across the 1940s through the 1980s, of a combination antibiotic treatment now known as multi-drug therapy, a regimen the World Health Organization began distributing free of charge to affected populations worldwide starting in the 1990s. A public health effort that has reduced the global burden of this same disease by a margin, measured in the many millions of cases, and that has made Hansen's disease, in the plainest and most literal sense, an entirely curable condition today, provided it is caught and treated in time, a piece of hopeful modern context this story would ask you to hold gently alongside everything you've just spent the whole of tonight learning about a boy who received the exact same diagnosis 8.5 centuries too early to ever have any real hope of it. What actually held the kingdom together, underneath all of the marriages and the battles, is worth pausing before this story lets its own attention drift entirely away from the ordinary machinery of governing and back toward the more dramatic business of kings and battles, on the specific and considerably less glamorous institutions that made it possible for a teenage boy, and later a blind and increasingly paralyzed young man, to actually govern a kingdom at all, because a crown by itself, however legitimately worn, does very little to feed an army, collect a tax, or settle a property dispute between 2 feuding barons, and the kingdom of Jerusalem had, by Baldwin's own reign, developed a genuinely sophisticated set of legal and administrative institutions, considerably more durable in the end than any single king's own body ever managed to be. Chief among them was the High Court, a formal assembly of the kingdom's greatest barons and churchmen that this story has already shown you exercising real and consequential power more than once tonight, forcing Amalric to set aside a wife before it would recognise his own coronation, limiting the specific terms of Raymond of Tripoli's own regency, and eventually this story has already shown you, providing the exact stage on which Sibylla staged her own audacious, self-crowning coup, a body whose own formal, written customs were gathered across the 12th and 13th centuries into a body of law modern historians call the Assizes of Jerusalem, one of the more genuinely sophisticated pieces of medieval feudal legal codification, produced anywhere in the Latin Christian world, governing everything from a knight's own military obligations to his lord to the specific mechanics of inheritance. A story this dense with contested successions has already shown you mattering enormously, to the rules by which a case might be brought before the High Court itself and argued according to a genuinely elaborate and genuinely formal procedure. It is worth naming, too, the considerable wealth that actually financed all of this governing and all of this warfare, because the Kingdom of Jerusalem, whatever the real and constant military pressure bearing down on its own eastern frontier, sat astride some of the single most valuable trade routes in the entire medieval Mediterranean world, its own coastal cities, Acre chief among them, functioning as crucial transshipment points where the luxury goods of Asia, spices, silk, sugar, and the dyes the period called wares of the Levant changed hands between the caravan routes arriving overland from Damascus and Baghdad and the merchant fleets of Western Europe's own rising commercial powers. And it is worth naming specifically the three great Italian maritime republics whose own merchant communities had, across the preceding century, secured substantial and largely self-governing quarters inside Acre, Tyre, and several of the kingdom's other port cities, Genoa, Pisa, and above all Venice, each maintaining its own churches, its own courts, and its own considerable commercial privileges in exchange for the naval support these same maritime powers had provided at crucial moments across the kingdom's own founding wars, an arrangement that made the kingdom's own port cities considerably wealthier and considerably more cosmopolitan than the modest size of the kingdom's own overall Frankish population might otherwise have suggested, and that gave Baldwin's own government, whatever the state of his own body, a genuinely substantial tax base to draw on when the business of raising and equipping an army required it. It is worth pausing too on the specific tension this same trading wealth generated inside the kingdom's own governance, because the Italian commune's own considerable privileges, largely exempt from royal taxation and answerable in a great many disputes to their own separate courts rather than the crown's, meant that a meaningful share of the kingdom's own most valuable commercial activity sat, in the most literal legal sense, partially outside the direct reach of whichever king happened to be sitting on the throne in Jerusalem, a genuine limitation on royal authority several modern historians point to as one more piece of the same broader structural weakness this story has already asked you to hold alongside Baldwin's own considerable personal skill, a kingdom whose wealth was real and whose king's own direct control over that wealth was considerably less complete than a simpler telling of medieval kingship might lead a modern listener to assume. It is worth naming finally the specific and increasingly consequential institutional power of the two great military orders this story has already introduced you to at some length tonight, the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller, because both orders had grown across the 70-odd years since their own founding into genuinely formidable independent powers within the kingdom's own borders, holding their own castles, commanding their own standing forces of permanent, professionally trained knights considerably more disciplined and considerably more battle-hardened than the feudal levies an ordinary baron could muster, and answering, crucially, not to the King of Jerusalem at all, but to the Pope in Rome directly, an arrangement that gave both orders a genuine and sometimes genuinely inconvenient independence from royal authority, and it is worth pausing specifically on how sharply this same independence would come to matter in the final years of Baldwin's own reign, because the Templar master Gerard de Ridefort, this story has already told you, carried a bitter personal grievance against Raymond of Tripoli into the succession crisis that followed Baldwin's own death, held an office the King of Jerusalem himself had no formal authority to simply remove him from, however badly Gerard's own personal animosities might come to distort his own military judgment, A structural fact this story would ask you to hold on to as one more piece of the answer to the question. This whole telling has already asked you to sit with more than once tonight. Why a kingdom this genuinely wealthy and this genuinely well governed in so many of its own particular institutions could nonetheless prove itself, in the specific moment its own survival depended on unified command, so catastrophically unable to actually produce it. It is worth naming, briefly, a specific and rather startling earlier episode that illustrates exactly how far this same Templar independence could actually extend, even against a reigning king's own direct wishes, because in 1173, only a year before Amalric's own death, and while young Baldwin was still a boy of 11 under William of Tyre's tutelage, envoys from the Nizari Ismaili sect. This story has already introduced you to tonight as the group Western sources called the Assassins, approached Amalric's own court with a genuinely remarkable proposal, an offer, negotiated in some secrecy, to convert the entire sect to Christianity in exchange for release from an annual tribute the sect had long been forced to pay to the Knights Templar, a diplomatic opening Amalric himself recognised as a genuinely significant opportunity, and one he moved quickly to accept, only for a Templar knight named Walter de Menel to ambush and murder the returning assassin envoys on the road home, apparently on the direct order of the Order's own Grand Master, specifically to prevent the loss of the tribute the Order had grown accustomed to collecting. It is worth naming plainly that Amalric, furious at an act of treachery that had scuttled a genuinely valuable diplomatic breakthrough and provoked quite reasonably the Nizari sect's own lasting fury at the Christian kingdom, demanded that the Templar Grand Master hand Walter over for royal justice, and that the Grand Master flatly refused, sheltering his own knight from the king's own authority entirely, a direct and open defiance of the crown Amalric had no practical means of actually enforcing his own will against. And it is worth naming finally that this same Grand Master was Odo de Saint-Amand, the very commander. This story has already shown you leading the decisive Templar charge at Montgisard only 4 years later, a reminder that even the men whose own battlefield courage this story has asked you to admire tonight could, in the same breath, defy their own king's authority so completely that a reigning monarch of Jerusalem was left with no recourse at all beyond his own impotent anger. A small concrete illustration of the exact same structural weakness this story has just asked you to hold in mind, offered here not as an abstraction but as a specific afternoon in which it actually happened. The men whose own names never made it into any of this. It is worth pausing before this story finally gathers itself into its own closing summary, on the plain and rather uncomfortable fact that almost everyone this whole telling has actually named tonight: Baldwin himself, William of Tyre, Raymond of Tripoli, Guy of Lusignan, Raynald of Châtillon, Sibylla, Agnes, belong to the same thin, privileged, and overwhelmingly literate stratum of a kingdom whose own ordinary population, the ordinary Frankish soldiers who rode beside Baldwin at Montgisard and Marj Ayoun, the ordinary garrison troops who died in numbers this story has already told you tonight at Jacob's Ford, the ordinary Poulan farmers and Eastern Christian tenants, whose own labour actually produced the grain and the taxes that fed every army, this whole story has marched across a battlefield tonight, left behind almost nothing in the way of names, of letters, of any first-person account of what it actually felt like to serve a king this visibly and this permanently unwell, and it is worth naming honestly that we simply do not know, in any real and specific detail, how the ordinary rank-and-file soldier who rode into the charge at Montgisard actually felt about the fact that his own king could no longer properly grip the sword he carried into that same charge alongside him, whether it inspired the same fierce protective loyalty several of the surviving noble accounts describe, or whether it produced, in at least some quarters, the kind of quiet, unspoken anxiety a soldier might reasonably feel following a commander whose own body could fail him, mid-battle, in ways no ordinary wound ever would. It is worth naming too the specific and largely uncounted cost these same ordinary soldiers paid across the whole of Baldwin's own reign, because this story has already told you, in some detail, about the several hundred men lost at Jacob's Ford in the summer of 1179, executed, several contemporary Christian sources record with real bitterness, on Saladin's own orders once the fortress finally fell, and it is worth naming plainly that we do not have anything resembling a complete count of the ordinary dead from Marjayun 2 months earlier either. A battle this story has already told you very nearly claimed Baldwin's own life in the chaotic retreat that followed it. The surviving source is considerably more interested in recording the danger to the king himself than in tallying the foot soldiers and lesser knights who did not have a royal bodyguard fighting specifically to clear them a path to safety, men whose own deaths went unrecorded by chroniclers on both sides of the frontier who were, understandably enough by the standards of their own age, considerably more interested in the fate of kings and the movements of relics than in the names of the ordinary men who died making both of those larger stories possible at all. It is worth pausing too on the specific and rather telling detail that even Baldwin's own most famous epithet, the Leper King, a title by which this whole story has, at various points tonight, referred to him more often than by his own given name, was not, so far as the surviving record indicates, a name he was ever called to his own face during his own lifetime. Contemporary documents and charters referring to him consistently and simply as Baldwin, by the grace of God King of Jerusalem, the same formal title any of his own royal predecessors would have claimed, the epithet that has come, across the intervening 8.5 centuries, to define him in nearly every popular retelling of his own story. This one very much included a considerably later invention of historians and storytellers, reaching for a single, memorable handle by which to distinguish a genuinely complicated man from the other 3 kings of Jerusalem who also happened to share his own given name, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with the specific irony this same fact contains, that a king who spent the whole of his own adult life insisting through sheer stubborn action, rather than through any words we have any record of him actually saying, that his own disease did not define the whole of who he was, has been remembered ever since by little else besides that same disease. A title stamped so firmly onto his own memory that even a story determined, as this one has tried to be across the whole of tonight's long telling, to give you the whole of the man underneath it, could not, in the end, avoid using it as this story's own title too. Let us walk back through the whole of it once more, before we let this particular king finally rest. It is worth pausing, here near the end of a long night's telling, to gather the whole shape of this story back into a single unbroken line, the way we like to on this channel before we finally let a story go, because a life this dense with reversal and with quiet accumulated resolve deserves to be seen once, all the way through, from birth to grave, in a single unhurried breath. It began not with Baldwin himself at all, but with an annulment, a young count named Amalric choosing a crown over a wife the kingdom's own barons had decided, for reasons more political than religious, they could no longer accept as queen, and a hurried, uneasy compromise that let the marriage end while insisting the 2 small children it had produced, a girl named Sibylla and an infant boy named Baldwin, remained fully entitled to everything that marriage's own ending was supposed to have called into question. It continued through a genuinely happy and genuinely unremarkable early childhood, a bright, quick, well-liked boy being educated by the single most learned cleric in his own kingdom, until an ordinary afternoon of ordinary schoolyard roughhousing revealed, to a tutor watching from a window, that the Crown Prince of Jerusalem could no longer feel a wound being cut into his own arm, a discovery that plunged an entire royal court into a private, unspoken crisis of both medicine and theology, a disease widely and wrongly believed to be a mark of hidden sin, arriving in the body of a child who had done nothing at all to deserve it, and a father who chose, against the obvious and brutal political logic of the age, to keep that same child as his own heir rather than quietly set him aside. It carried on through a father's sudden death by dysentery in 1174, a 13-year-old boy crowned amid his own tutor's open tears, a treacherous seneschal murdered in the streets of Acre within months, and 2 years of careful, competent regency under a cousin named Raymond of Tripoli, a decade-long former prisoner of war whose own deep familiarity with the Muslim world across the frontier made him trusted by some of his own kingdom's barons, and permanently suspect to others. It carried Baldwin through his own coming of age at 15, a genuinely deft transition of power back into his own hands, and into the urgent business of marrying off a widowed elder sister, not once but eventually twice, first to a promising Italian nobleman who died within months of the wedding, leaving behind an infant son nobody yet understood would one day matter as much as he eventually would, and then, considerably more controversially, to a comparatively obscure and untested younger son of a minor French noble house, a marriage struck in haste to head off a foreign schemer's own competing plan, and one Baldwin himself would spend his final years trying, imperfectly, to write back out of his own kingdom's future. It carried Baldwin, at 16 years old and already unable to properly grip a sword in his own failing right hand, onto a battlefield near Ascalon in November of 1177, where a small and hastily gathered army led in person by its own visibly ailing king shattered a raiding force many times its size and sent the single most dangerous man in the entire Muslim Near East fleeing bareback on a borrowed camel, the single most celebrated afternoon of an entire reign, and it carried him, only 2 years later, through the considerably less glorious reversal of a lost battle at the Litani River and a burned, half-finished fortress at Jacob's Ford. A reminder this story has asked you to sit with more than once tonight, that even the most capable king this particular kingdom ever produced lost as often as any ordinary commander fighting a genuinely difficult war. It carried him through a body's own relentless, irreversible decline, blindness settling in alongside the earlier numbness, hands and feet failing him one function at a time, until a king who could no longer walk chose, in the autumn of 1183, to be carried the entire distance to a besieged desert fortress in a horse-drawn litter, rather than send an army south without him. An act of will. This story has asked you to hold up as one of the single most quietly remarkable things any king in this entire long saga of crusading kings ever actually did. It carried Baldwin through the bitter public breach with the very brother-in-law his own court had so recently celebrated, a failure of nerve at a place called the Pools of Goliath that cost Guy of Lusignan the regency, and cost Baldwin, in turn, the last of his own patience with easy or convenient solutions to his kingdom's own succession, and into the strange and touchingly desperate solution he actually settled on. A small child crowned co-king specifically to keep a grown man off the throne, and a formal, written provision that if that same child died too young, the whole bitter question of who should rule Jerusalem next would be handed not to his own kingdom's own quarrelling barons, but to a pope and 2 foreign kings entirely, a dying king's clear-eyed and ultimately futile attempt to save his own kingdom from itself. And it carried Baldwin at last, in the spring of 1185, to his own death, at not yet 24 years old, buried inside the same great church that had crowned him, in a tomb the intervening centuries have since swallowed without a trace, a young man who had, in the most literal sense available to any of us, spent his entire conscious life dying, and who had ruled and fought and planned and married off his own sisters and carried himself in a litter to a battlefield he could not see, for every single one of the years that dying required of him. The catastrophe that followed came quickly, and it came, this story has already told you plainly tonight, not through any failure of Baldwin's own careful planning to exist, but through his own baron's own refusal to actually honour it. A coup dressed up as a coronation, a crown placed on a head. Baldwin had spent his final years specifically trying to keep it away from, and a fracture between his kingdom's own most capable general and its own newly installed king that widened, within 2 short years, into the exact kind of catastrophic internal division. This whole story has watched Baldwin fight, patiently and at real cost to his own already failing body, to hold shut for the whole of his own adult life. What happened next, the parched march, the burning grass, the lost relic, the fallen city, this channel has already told you at length on 2 separate earlier nights in this room, and needs no third telling here. What this particular story has tried to give you instead, across the whole of tonight's long and unhurried telling, is the 11 years that came before all of that, the specific, unglamorous, physically extraordinary work of a boy who could not feel his own body, holding a fracturing kingdom together anyway, for considerably longer and considerably more skillfully than almost anyone watching him in his own lifetime ever expected he actually would. 2 men, born on opposite sides of the same wall, who never lived to see how their own war actually ended. It is worth pausing, before this story lets itself drift toward its own final and most reflective close, on the specific and rather striking symmetry. This whole telling shares with an earlier story this channel has already given you on another night in this room, because Baldwin IV and the man who eventually undid his own kingdom's hard-won stability, Saladin himself, were considerably closer in the basic shape of their own lives than the enormous difference in their own ages might at first suggest. Both men inherited positions of real consequence earlier than either one had any reasonable right to expect. Baldwin a crown at 13, Saladin a vizierate in his early 30s that a wiser, more suspicious Fatimid court had assumed would make him an easily managed figurehead. Both men spent the whole of their own adult lives locked in a single, unbroken, and only rarely interrupted war against exactly the kind of internal rivals, fellow Christian barons in Baldwin's case, fellow Sunni Muslim rulers in Saladin's. This whole channel's earlier telling of Saladin's own career showed you consuming the greater part of a full decade, whose own resistance very nearly mattered more to each man's daily survival than the enemy across the frontier ever did. Both men died before the war. The whole of their own lives had been spent preparing for actually reached its own final and most consequential turning point. Baldwin 6 years before Hattin, Saladin 4 years after it, in the autumn of 1193. Worn down not by any single dramatic wound, but by the accumulated exhaustion of a life spent almost entirely on campaign, a death this channel has already told you about on another night in this room, and it is worth sitting for a moment with the plain and rather sobering fact that neither one of these 2 men, the Leper King who held Jerusalem for 11 years and the Sultan who eventually took it back, ever lived to see the Third Crusade this channel has told you about at length, the arrival of Richard the Lionheart, the 2-year siege of Acre, or the final negotiated peace that settled, at least for a time, the fate of a city both of them had spent the whole of their own adult lives either defending or pursuing. It is worth naming plainly what this particular symmetry actually tells us, because it is easy, telling a story this dense, with famous names and famous battles, to imagine history unfolding as a kind of relay race between clearly defined protagonists, each one living to see his own chapter's clean and satisfying conclusion before handing the story on to the next. And it is worth remembering instead that almost nobody in this entire long and tangled war actually got to see it end. That Baldwin spent 11 years holding a wall he would not live to see finally breached, and that Saladin spent nearly 3 decades building toward a triumph he achieved, and then spent the rest of his own considerably shorter remaining life watching a fresh wave of Christian reinforcement arrive to contest all over again. A pattern this whole channel has shown you across a great many different stories now, repeating itself again and again across the whole of human history, that the people who actually live through the consequential middle of any given story are, more often than not, denied the tidy ending the story eventually receives, and are left instead to do the best work they can with the specific, limited, and entirely uncertain stretch of time actually given to them. A candle that kept burning in a hand that could no longer feel the wax. It is worth returning one final time to the image this whole story opened itself inside of, a boy whose own arm could be cut and not feel it, because that same image this telling has tried to show you across the whole of tonight's long unwinding was never only a medical fact about one particular body. It was the quiet, unstated question sitting underneath every single decision this story has walked you through since, whether a kingdom that had learned, out of sheer practical necessity, to keep functioning around a king who could not feel his own wounds, had also, gradually and without anyone quite choosing it, learned to stop feeling the wounds opening in its own body politic. The warnings at Jacob's Ford, the resentments building around Guy of Lusignan's own sudden rise, the arbitration clause nobody actually honoured, the private truce a humiliated Raymond of Tripoli struck with the one enemy the whole kingdom could least afford him striking a truce with, and it is worth naming honestly that the answer this whole story has arrived at is considerably sadder than a simple yes or no, because Baldwin himself never stopped feeling any of it. This story has shown you a king who understood his own court's dangers with real and painful clarity right up until the final months of his own life, a mind that never went numb even as the body carrying it lost, one function at a time, nearly everything a body is ordinarily asked to do, and it was, in the end, not Baldwin's own capacity to feel the danger that failed his kingdom, but his own kingdom's willingness, once his particular body was no longer there to keep insisting on it, to go on feeling that same danger without him. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific and quietly extraordinary kind of courage this whole story has asked you to sit with tonight, because it is not, in the end, the same kind of courage this channel's other stories about this same war have more often celebrated. The courage of a charge into massed cavalry, the courage of a besieged garrison refusing to surrender, though Baldwin, this story has shown you, possessed real and considerable amounts of exactly that kind of courage too at Montgisard, at Kerak, in a dozen smaller engagements this telling has not had the time to name individually tonight. It is, instead, the considerably quieter and considerably less celebrated courage of simply continuing, day after day, year after year, to do the specific, unglamorous work of governing, of listening to reports he could no longer see delivered, of weighing the character of men he could no longer watch, approach him, of arranging his own sister's marriages and his own nephew's coronation, and his own kingdom's eventual arbitration, inside a body that offered him, with every single passing year, less and less cooperation in the effort. A courage, this story would gently suggest to you, is considerably more available to the rest of us in our own considerably more ordinary lives than the battlefield kind ever really was, the courage simply to keep doing the next necessary thing competently and without complaint, for as long as the doing of it is still required of us. It is worth closing this same long circle before we let this story finally end, by returning one last time to the tutor this whole telling opened itself beside, because William of Tyre, this story has already told you, remained close to his own former pupil right through to the final years of Baldwin's reign, and it is worth picturing gently what that same closeness must have actually looked like by the early 1180s. A chancellor and chronicler now well into his own middle age, sitting beside a blind young king in his own final months, reading aloud from dispatches and petitions the king himself could no longer see, describing in whatever words were needed the faces and the bearing of the men waiting for judgment, the same patient, careful attentiveness. This same man had once brought to a 9-year-old boy's own unfeeling arm now turned, a decade and a half later, toward the considerably larger task of being that same king's own eyes, and, in the moments a still sharp mind required it, his own memory as well. A tutor who'd spent the whole of his own career watching this particular life unfold at close range. From a schoolroom window to a coronation, he wept through to a sickbed he read beside, and who would, within a year or two of his own former pupil's death, be gone himself, leaving behind an unfinished chronicle and, underneath its own considerable scholarly achievement, something that reads, across 8.5 centuries of distance, like nothing so much as an old man's quiet grief for a boy he had loved and had never once, in 15 years of watching him decline, been able to actually save. That brings us to the end of our story. It is worth pausing one final time before we let Baldwin IV rest for the night on what actually remains of him 8.5 centuries on, because it is considerably less than the scale of everything you have just spent this long, unhurried evening learning about him might lead you to expect. His own tomb is gone, swallowed somewhere inside a church that has been rebuilt too many times since to remember exactly where he was laid. His own chronicle's author died within a year or two of him, leaving a history that simply stops, mid-narrative, without ever offering the tidy closing judgment a modern reader might wish a tutor who loved his pupil this much had lived long enough to write. The kingdom he spent 11 years of a body that was actively dying trying to hold together outlived him by only 2 years, in anything resembling the shape he left it, and outlived him by less than a full century in any shape at all, the last mainland fortresses of the Kingdom of Jerusalem falling to the Mamluks in 1291, a full century after a 9-year-old boy first failed to flinch at a fingernail dragged across his own unfeeling arm. And yet it is worth naming gently what does remain, because it is not nothing. The great fortress at Kerak still stands in the Jordanian hill country, and a visitor walking its own galleries today walks, in the most literal sense, through the same stone corridors a blind and paralysed king once had himself carried through in a litter, rather than leave a besieged wedding party to its own fate. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre still stands in Jerusalem, its own bells still marking the hours over a city Baldwin spent his whole reign refusing to let go of easily, even if no single stone inside it can tell you exactly where he lies. And this story itself, however small a thing it is set against the enormous scale of everything it has just tried to hold in your hands for the better part of an evening, is one more small continuation of the same project. William of Tyre began at a royal court 8.5 centuries ago, an attempt, however imperfect, however filtered through the specific biases and the specific gaps of whichever sources happen to have survived, to make sure that a particular life, lived with a particular and genuinely remarkable stubbornness against a particular and genuinely merciless disease, is not simply allowed to disappear into the same undifferentiated dark that swallows almost everyone else who has ever lived. It is worth naming too, before we let you go, that there is something this whole story would gently ask you to carry with you into your own night, whatever your own night happens to be carrying inside it, because Baldwin IV was not given the body he wanted, or the length of years most of us quietly assume we are owed, or the clean, uncomplicated ending a better story might have arranged for him, and he spent every single year he was actually given doing the next necessary thing anyway, marrying off his sisters, riding into battles he could feel less and less of, planning for a future he understood with real and painful clarity he would not live to see, and there is a kind of quiet comfort available in that. This story would suggest on the specific restless nights this channel exists to keep you company through, a reminder that whatever is pressing on you tonight, whatever body or circumstance or worry you carry into your own bed, a boy who could not feel his own arm being cut still found, somewhere inside himself, the will to keep ruling a kingdom for 11 more years, and that is not, in the end, a small thing at all. Thank you, as always, for spending this long, quiet stretch of your own night here with us. If this story kept you company, please do consider liking it and subscribing, and if you're able, sharing it with anyone else you know who might need a long, slow story to fall asleep to, because every single one of you who joins us genuinely does help this small channel on its way toward 1,000 subscribers, a goal that gets a little closer every time one more of you decides to stay. And remember, if you would like to hear the next one a little earlier than everyone else, the newest episodes are going up on Spotify for creators before they arrive here, with the link waiting for you down in the description whenever you want it. And if you're still awake and you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments below, so that the rest of us drifting off tonight can picture, somewhere out there in the dark, one more stranger settling in under the same quiet sky. Close your eyes now. Let the weight of the day slide off your shoulders, and let this old, half-forgotten kingdom, its councils and its coronations and its long, dry marches, settle quietly into the back of your mind, a candle burning low in a room 8.5 centuries away, tended for as long as it needed tending by a boy who never once let it go out on his own watch. Good night, and sweet dreams.